My name is Cantor, and I own a lot of books. Bookshelf 1, Bookshelf 2, Bookshelf 3, Bookshelf 4, Bookshelf 5. Let's dive in and see what I have in here. I also want to say right off the bat here that there's a lot of books and magazines here, and I don't endorse the contents of every single one of them. Some of them are in this collection largely for being interesting cultural or historical artifacts. So this is more of a survey of things that are interesting, not things that I am like, yes, this is the best thing ever. Amazing Rain by Sam Brown. This book meant something to me when I was 14 and depressed. Wild, From Lost to Found on the Pacific Crest Trail by Cheryl Strayed. I met her in, I think, South Carolina some years ago, and this copy is signed. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory by Roald Dahl. This was the copy of this book that I had when I was a kid. The Big Bento Box of Unuseless Japanese Inventions by Kenji Kawakami. This was a gift from my father when I was in college. Loud in the House of Myself, Memoir of a Strange Girl by Stacy Purcell. Mental health memoir that resonated with me when I was 23. Einstein's Monsters by Martin Amis. I have absolutely no recollection what this book is or why I have it. Increment, Issue 5, Programming Languages. I got this at a tech conference. Increment, Issue 6, Documentation. I got this at a tech conference. Learn Ruby the Hard Way, 3rd edition by Zed A. Shaw. I took this book with me to my first ever interview for a software engineer role at a tech company. And the goal was to be like, look, this is the book that I'm studying right now because I want to learn the programming language you use. But I hadn't really read the book much, and so they asked me, well, what is the hard way to learn Ruby? And I didn't have an answer. Beowulf, a new verse translation by Seamus Heaney, bilingual edition. I've always heard that this translation is very non-literal and also very good. Loop by Koji Suzuki, translated by Glenn Wally. This is the 3rd book in the book series that inspired the Japanese movie Ringu, which then got made into the American movie The Ring. Poetry, June 2017. This Road to Nowhere by me, Cantor. I did not get this published, but I did get a few copies printed to share with friends and to have for myself. A Clockwork Orange by Anthony Burgess. The Interlinear Haggadah, the Passover Haggadah with an interlinear translation, instructions, and comment. The Ultimate Guide to Tarot Card Meanings by Bridget Esselmont. I was into tarot in years past and even worked in a tarot card shop. Tarot 101, Mastering the Art of Reading the Cards by Kim Huggins. Tarot Made Easy. Get immediate, specific answers to your most pressing questions with this amazingly simple new method by Nancy Guerin. The PDR Pocket Guide to Prescription Drugs. My father was a doctor, and this is a book of his that is in my possession now. It is also very outdated and old and very humongous. Great by Sarah Benincasa. I'm familiar with this writer because one of my former professors from college taught her 10 years before he taught me. Also, this copy is signed. Boston Review on Solidarity. Algorithms, 2nd edition by Robert Sedgwick. Somehow this book made it from Iowa State University to me. Demonfish, Travels Through the Hidden World of Sharks by Juliet Elperin. This is a edition of the book that was given to the public library I used to work at before it was officially published, and that's how I got a copy. Employees were allowed to take these advanced reader copies home to keep once the library had no need of them anymore. Dying for a Paycheck, How Modern Management Harms Employee Health and Company Performance, and What We Can Do About It, by Jeffrey Pfeiffer. So You've Been Publicly Shamed by John Ronson. Fantastic book, fantastic author. I highly recommend any books by this guy, especially The Psychopath Test. Coaching with Heart, Taoist Wisdom to Inspire, Empower, and Lead in Sports and Life by Jerry Lynch, PhD. Angels in America by Tony Kushner. I bought this book after I saw both parts of this play in one day, which is about 7 hours of theater. Fight Club by Chuck Palahniuk. I have probably seen the movie Fight Club more times than any other movie. Gary Larson's The Curse of Madame C, a Far Side collection. This is a collection of comics that I believe was in my dad's bathroom for a large chunk of my childhood. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll. The Mathematical Experience by Philip J. Davis and Reuben Hirsch. The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud. I have actually read this entire book. All 530 pages of it. Uncertainty by Ludwig Wittgenstein. I've read some Wittgenstein before. I haven't read this one. Dress Your Family in Corduroy and Denim by David Sedaris. I've actually met David Sedaris before. He gave me a butterscotch pudding cup. The Ultimate Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams. This is my high school copy of these books. It looks like I stopped reading on page 178 the last time I picked it up. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows by J.K. Rowling. When I got this book, the week it came out, I started reading it at 10 a.m. and finished reading it at 3 a.m. the next morning. Medicine is the Best Laughter, edited and compiled by Gideon Bosker, MD. My dad was a medical cartoonist and a doctor who would sell his cartoons about being a doctor and medical life to medical journals. Einstein Simplified, Cartoons on Science by Sidney Harris. Will Shortz presents Ken Ken, Lovers Only, created by Tetsuya Miyamoto. This is a book of puzzles, and you can see here what the puzzles look like. The Lay of the Love and Death of Cornet Christopher Rilke by Rainer Maria Rilke. This is a book I actually forgot I had. I'm pretty sure I bought it at Shakespeare and Company in Paris. Looks like I bought it for 10 euros. This was a first printing from 1959, so it's pretty old. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the Seventh, The Vile Village by Lemony Snicket. I love these books. I own all of them and have been meaning to reread them. The World as I See It by Albert Einstein. It looks like at one point this book was owned by the Psychic Observer Bookshop in Chesterfield, Indiana. Dark Water, Stories by Koji Suzuki. Again, this is the guy who wrote Ring, which eventually became The Ring. All of the short stories in this book have something to do with water, and one of the short stories was made into an American film. Fushigi Yugi, The Mysterious Play, Volume 3, Disciple, Story and Art by Yu Watase. This is a manga about a Japanese schoolgirl who gets transported to ancient China. Healing Through the Dark Emotions, The Wisdom of Grief, Fear, and Despair by Miriam Greenspan. Rising Strong, The Reckoning, The Rumble, The Revolution by Brene Brown, PhD, LMSW. In Defense of Food, An Eater's Manifesto by Michael Pollan. A Witch's Bible, The Complete Witch's Handbook by Janet and Stuart Farrar. The Voyage of the Dawn Treader by C.S. Lewis. This is the copy of this book that I had as a kid. I had the whole Chronicles of Narnia series, and I used to tell myself, I'll read all those books, and I never did. I would always read the first 1 or 2 or 3 maybe, and then never finish it. Running in the Family by Michael Ondaatje. I read this book in a college class, and I remember really liking it. Foxfire, Confessions of a Girl Gang by Joyce Carol Oates. You May Ask Yourself, An Introduction to Thinking Like a Sociologist, 2nd edition, by Dalton Conley. Swan's Way by Marcel Proust. My Friend Fear, Finding Magic in the Unknown, by Meera Lee Patel. The inside of this book is really artsy and colorful. Dialectical Behavior Therapy Skills Workbook for Bipolar Disorder, Using DBT to Regain Control of Your Emotions and Your Life by Sherry Van Dijict. I'm a huge fan of DBT. I think it really changed my life and has helped me a lot, from learning it from therapists and also from books like this. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the 12th, The Penultimate Peril by Lemony Snicket. It's because of this book that I know what penultimate means. Slaughterhouse-Five by Kurt Vonnegut. Absolutely amazing book. Highly recommend. A Series of Unfortunate Events. Book the First, The Bad Beginning by Lemony Snicket. Winds in the Woods. The Story of John Muir by Jon Stewart. Not Jon Stewart the comedian. Insecure in Love. How anxious attachment can make you feel jealous, needy, and worried, and what you can do about it, by Leslie Becker Phelps, PhD. This book was really relevant to me in my 20s. Understanding Comics, The Invisible Art by Scott McCloud. Highly recommend this book if you have any interest in comics at all. The Book of Laughter and Forgetting, a novel by Milan Kundera. I opened this book to a random page, and I liked this line that I had underlined, it seems. He remained undaunted. He was in love with his fate and found pomp and beauty in the march to ruin. That's a good line. Colorless Tsukuru Tazaki and His Years of Pilgrimage by Haruki Murakami. I am a very big Murakami fan. This is not his best work. When Breath Becomes Air by Paul Kalanithi. Success as an Introvert for Dummies by Joan Pastor. Looks like I was using a Harry Potter trading card as a bookmark. The card is called Vicious Wolf. The Familiar, Book 1, One Rainy Day in May by Margzy Danielewski. This is a difficult read. I'm not sure if I recommend it to anyone, but it is an experience. The Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde by Junot Diaz. The Return of the Soldier by Rebecca West. For Whom the Bell Tolls by Ernest Hemingway. The Almost Nearly Perfect People Behind the Myth of the Scandinavian Utopia by Michael Booth. The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne. The Sickness Unto Death by Soren Kierkegaard. The Metamorphosis and Other Stories by Franz Kafka. This isn't a book, but I wanted to show it off anyway. This is my dad's copy of Myst on CD-ROM from the 90s. This is a notebook I bought when I was a student at McGill University in Montreal, in Canada. There's not much written in it. The Bachman Books, 4 Early Novels by Stephen King. This book is notable because it contains Rage, which is a Stephen King book that is no longer in print due to its violent content. It by Stephen King. This book has 1,156 pages. 11/22/63 by Stephen King. The Master and Margarita by Mikhail Bulgakov. This is a Russian book that was recommended to me by a Russian coworker I had in the past. I never did read it, but I've heard it's a very good book. Pale Fire by Vladimir Nabokov. The Red Pony by John Steinbeck. The Freelancer's Bible by Sarah Horowitz. Sonnets to Orpheus by Rainer Maria Rilke. Translated by Martin Crucifix. Looks like I bought this at Shakespeare and Company in Paris. It's stamped with the stamp from the bookstore and still has the bookmark from the bookstore with the address in Paris on it. Gods Without Men by Hari Kunzru, Advanced Reader's Edition. The Short Stories of Ernest Hemingway. A friend I had in my 20s named Jacqueline gave this book to me. My poor mental health prevented me from being a good friend to her, and we haven't talked in a really long time, but I hope she's doing well. Best Short Stories of Dostoevsky, translated with an introduction by David Magershak. I got this book from a church in the Myers Park neighborhood of Charlotte, North Carolina. They were giving away books they didn't need anymore. The Oxford Book of American Verse. This book actually belonged to my grandmother, who was born in 1917, so it's a very, very old book. The O. Henry Prize Stories, the best short stories of the year 2017. Turns out I was using a Pokemon card as a bookmark. The Pokemon in question is Ampharos. The complete works of Oscar Wilde. I've been to his grave. Choreographing. This is the magazine of the Carolina Ballet. I really like the ballet. France Magazine, number 99. Elle Magazine from August 2018, featuring Ariana Grande. UU World, the magazine of the Unitarian Universalist Association, summer 2018. I joined a Unitarian Universalist church and then promptly stopped going to attend their services because I actually don't really remember why. Elle Magazine from October 2018, featuring Selena Gomez. UU World, fall 2018. State of Developer Relations 2019. Vogue, February 2014, featuring Lena Dunham. ModCloth, May 2018. The Ultimate Guide to Tarot Spreads. Reveal the answer to every question about work, home, fortune, and love, by Liz Dean. Vanity Fair, January 2012, featuring Lady Gaga. Rolling Stone, June 11, 2009, featuring Lady Gaga. A second copy of Rolling Stone, June 11, 2009, featuring Lady Gaga. Elle, October 2013, featuring Lady Gaga. Glamour, December 2013, featuring Lady Gaga. Elle, January 2019, featuring Jennifer Aniston. Elle, December 2018, featuring Michelle Obama. The Lab Magazine, issue 4, featuring Licky Lee. I'm pretty sure I bought this magazine while I was in New York City working at Fashion Week. Harper's Bazaar, March 2014, featuring Lady Gaga. Game Informer. Book Baby Magazine, 2018. Elle, June 2018, featuring Kendall Jenner. Vogue, October 2018, featuring Lady Gaga. Harper's Bazaar, October 2011, featuring Lady Gaga. Dharma Crafts Catalog, Holiday 2017. Rolling Stone, June 9, 2011, featuring Lady Gaga. Vanity Fair, September 2010, featuring Lady Gaga. Glamour, April 2014, featuring Lena Dunham. Vogue, March 2011, featuring Lady Gaga. Elle, December 2019, featuring Lady Gaga. V Magazine Spain, Invierno 2011-2012, featuring Lady Gaga. I'm pretty sure I bought this in New York City and not in Spain. Have you picked up yet on the fact that I really like Lady Gaga? I've been to the Monster Ball tour and the Chromatica Ball tour. I think she's the best. Also, I just want to say that while working on this video, I've been watching the Olympics now and then, the opening ceremony in Paris, and Lady Gaga was a surprise performer, and that's awesome. And I'm drinking some sake that my boyfriend's dad got in Japan for us, and I'm having a pretty good day, and I hope you are too. Yoga Anatomy, 2nd edition, by Leslie Kaminoff and Amy Matthews. Treat, by Christian Weiler. Reflections on the Art of Living, a Joseph Campbell companion. Selected and edited by Diane K. Osborne. The Camera My Mother Gave Me, by Susanna Kaysen. Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, by Ludwig Wittgenstein, with original introduction by Bertrand Russell, newly introduced by Brian Vescio. This is my favorite part of this book. Death is not an event of life. Death is not lived through. If by eternity is understood not endless temporal duration, but timelessness, then he lives eternally who lives in the present. Fantastic Mr. Fox, by Roald Dahl. I still haven't seen that movie. Lonely, Learning to Live with Solitude, by Emily White. I read this book when I was very lonely while living in Montreal, and I think this author did a really good job portraying the life of a lonely person and what it feels like. And for what it's worth, I feel like in the years that have passed since I read this book, I have learned to live with solitude. Nowadays, I find joy in being alone in a way that wasn't possible for me in the past. Anna Karenina. This is from when I saw Anna Karenina as a ballet in Montreal. How to read literature like a professor. A lively and entertaining guide to reading between the lines, by Thomas C. Foster. No Exit and 3 Other Plays, by Jean-Paul Sartre. À la croisée des mondes, by Philip Pullman. This is a French edition of his Dark Materials, all 3 books in 1 volume, published in Quebec. The title translates to At the Crossroads of the Worlds. Lenin, The Man, the Myth, the Music, the Definitive Life, by Tim Riley. I'm not really a John Lennon fan. I prefer Ringo. Urgent, Second Class, Creating Curious Collage, Dubious Documents, and Other Art from Ephemera, by Nick Bantock. This writer has a book series that is made with the kind of art strategies that he describes in this book. I believe I have those books elsewhere in the library, and we'll get to them eventually. Contact, by Carl Sagan. The movie adaptation of this book is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's so good. I've been meaning to read the book for a while. I've picked it up before and then put it down without getting that far into it for various reasons. I also dropped this copy of the book into the bath one time. Rick Steves' French, Phrasebook and Dictionary. I brought this book with me to France the first time I traveled abroad for a summer study abroad, my last summer of college. And I met 2 of my best friends on that trip, and they're still my friends to this day, and I love them. Notre Pain Quotidien, Volume 12. I believe this is Bible quotes in French that I acquired at some point when I lived in Montreal. The Girl Next Door, by Jack Ketchum. Gruesome book. Can't really recommend unless you like really gruesome stuff. And by gruesome, I mean like torture scenes. Blech. Player Piano, by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. I don't think he's credited as Jr. on more contemporary editions of his books, and I'm not sure when or why that stopped. Food Rules, An Eater's Manual, by Michael Pollan. Le Petit Prince, by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. I do believe I bought this French edition of this book in Paris. Probability for Risk Management, 2nd edition, by Matthew J. Hassett and Donald G. Stewart. This is a leftover book from a brief time when I thought I was going to become an actuary. Turns out I'm really bad at probability math. Animal Planet, Complete Guide to a Healthy Dog. Everything You Need to Know to Raise a Healthy Dog, by Eve Adamson. Here we go. Ringo, With a Little Help, by Michael Seth Starr. I love Ringo. Also, looks like I was using this silly comic as a bookmark. Women in Love, by D.H. Lawrence. I browsed through this book and came across this part that I underlined. Instead of wanting a woman for herself, he wants his ideas fulfilled, which, when it comes to actual practice, is not good enough. I read this book a long time ago. I remember it really meditating on some ideas about relationships between men and women, some of which may be outdated and old-fashioned, some of which may still be relevant. It's been a really long time. David Sedaris, When You Are Engulfed in Flames. Love in the Time of Cholera, by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. The Buddha and the Borderline, a memoir, My Recovery from Borderline Personality Disorder Through Dialectical Behavior Therapy, Buddhism, and Online Dating by Kira Van Gelder. This is a book of Pokemon cards that I'm selling to my brother because he and his wife sell Pokemon cards online, and I want money. Okay, are you ready for some manga? Hunter x Hunter Volume 17 by Yoshihiro Togashi. Hunter x Hunter Volume 13 by Yoshihiro Togashi. Hunter x Hunter Volume 6 by Yoshihiro Togashi. Volume 4, Volume 5, Volume 3, Volume 37, Volume 35, Volume 26, Volume 19. I like this drawing of Leorio. Volume 21, Volume 31, Volume 36, Volume 12, Volume 10, Volume 11, Volume 23, Volume 25, Volume 27, Volume 20, Volume 30. I haven't gotten this far yet, so I don't know who these characters are. Volume 32, Awesome Cat, Volume 22, Volume 24, Volume 28, Volume 33, Volume 29, Volume 34. Whew, you still here? Cool. LinkedIn Profile Optimization for Dummies by Donna Serdula. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal Edition Volume 8 by Naoko Takeuchi. Codename Sailor V Eternal Edition Volume 1 by Naoko Takeuchi. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal Edition Volume 7 by Naoko Takeuchi. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal Edition Volume 9 by Naoko Takeuchi. Codename Sailor V Eternal Edition Volume 2 by Naoko Takeuchi. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal Edition Volume 6 by Naoko Takeuchi. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal Edition Volume 10 by Naoko Takeuchi. By the way, I've got Olympic gymnastics on in the background on silent while I work on this project, and dang, it's so cool what some people can do when they really train. Dang. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal Edition Volume 1 by Naoko Takeuchi. Looks like I was using a Metro card as a bookmark here. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal Edition Volume 4 by Naoko Takeuchi. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal Edition Volume 2 by Naoko Takeuchi. Usborne First Nature Trees by Ruth Thompson. Looks like my uncle gave this to me in 1993 with a note that my dad needs to read this book also. The Art of Construction, Projects and Principles for Beginning Engineers and Architects by Mario Salvadori. Manga Jin's Basic Japanese Through Comics. Here's a sample page of this book for anyone who's curious what this looks like. The Insert a Family Name book. This is a printed out document that has some family stories and tidbits in it and records. I don't even know where I got this from. Designing Efficient Algorithms for Parallel Computers by Michael J. Quinn. Catholic Middle School Yearbook. These images are all self-portraits from students. This one is me, I think. It's been a long time. Cubs Pride, Elementary School Yearbook, 1999. Tiger Tracks, Leaving Our Mark, Catholic School Yearbook, 2002. It looks like someone's been biting this. The Dawn, A New Beginning, 2008 to 2009, College Yearbook. Computer Networking, A Top-Down Approach, 8th edition, by James F. Karose and Keith W. Ross. I just bought this for graduate school. One Person, One Vote, A Surprising History of Gerrymandering in America by Nick Seabrook. My boyfriend just walked in the room and told me that his 3-hour flight to Chicago got delayed and that the airline he's using has now rerouted him in some fashion that includes an 18-hour layover. And so he's trying to figure that out. And I'm over here like, dang, that doesn't sound fun. Her Eternal Moonlight, Sailor Moon's Female Fans in North America, an Unauthorized Examination, by Stephen Savage and Bonnie Walling. The C++ Programming Language by, I'm probably going to mess up this pronunciation, Bjarne Stroustrup. This book says professional copy not for sale. The sticker says University of Texas Arlington Computer Science Department, presented by your Addison Wesley Benjamin Cummings sales representative. Remarks on Color by Ludwig Wittgenstein. Codependence Anonymous, 3rd edition. This is the big guidebook for CODA, which is a 12-step program based not around alcoholism like AA, but around dysfunctional interpersonal relationships. I used to go to meetings and I got a lot out of it, and eventually I didn't feel like I needed it anymore. Dog is Love, Why and How Your Dog Loves You, by Clive D.L. Wynne, PhD. Side note, check out this tiny watermelon growing in our garden. A red notebook containing poems that I wrote. The selected poetry of Rainer Maria Rilke, edited and translated by Stephen Mitchell. I purchased this book for $6.99. Operating Systems by Stuart E. Madnick and John J. Donovan. 13th printing, 1986. The People's Common Sense Medical Advisor by R.V. Pierce, M.D. Here's a look at the inside. Looks like this book was printed in 1886. Dang. Old book. Oldest book I own. Cloud Bank, Journal of Contemporary Writing. Rhinoceros by C.D. Divank. I'm a homeowner. Now what? A portable guide to organizing your new home. This book doesn't have an author listed, I think because it's a kind of guided journal, and sometimes publishers don't list authors for those types of books. It's Hard to Get the Angle Right by Bruce Bennett. The Territorial by Brett Shepard. Bone House by Erica Brummett. Assembler Language Programming, the IBM System/370 Family, 3rd edition, by George Struble. Cloud Bank, Journal of Contemporary Writing. Cracking the GRE Mathematics Subject Test, 4th edition, by the Princeton Review. I did take this test with the goal of going to mathematics graduate school, and I bombed the test totally. Terrible score, even though I really tried. And I reached out to my math professor, who was my kind of cheerleader for math grad school, and said, yeah, that didn't go so hot, and we're never going to talk about it again. The Familiar 2, Into the Forest, by Mark Z. Danielewski. The Aphorisms of Hippocrates. Prosperity After Divorce. Take charge of your finances and create the life you really want using lifestyle redesign planning, by Michelle Jacobic. Solidago Literary Journal, Issue 5, Winter 2018. Initiation. South Carolina Review, Volume 51.1, Fall 2018. Attracting Wildlife to Your Backyard, 101 Ways to Make Your Property Home for Creatures Great and Small, by Josh Van Brackle. The Backyard Beekeeper, an absolute beginner's guide to keeping bees in your yard and garden, 4th edition, by Kim Flodham. Public Speaking, Strategies for Success, 6th edition, by David Zarefsky. Calculus, Concepts and Contexts, 4th edition, by James Stewart. Make a Home for Wildlife, Creating Habitat on Your Land Backyard to Many Acres, by Charles Fergus. Creating a Forest Garden, Working with Nature to Grow Edible Crops by Martin Crawford. Philosophy, Who Needs It? By Ayn Rand. Resistance, Rebellion, and Death by Albert Camus, translated by Justin O'Brien. All You Need to Know About the Music Business, 9th edition, by Donald S. Passman. Algorithms plus data structures equals programs. Lucid, systematic, and penetrating treatment of basic and dynamic data structures, sorting, recursive algorithms, language structures, and compiling by Niklaus Wirth. Java Examples in a Nutshell, a tutorial companion to Java in a Nutshell by David Flanagan. Learning Java, 2nd edition, Help for New Java Developers by Patrick Niemeyer and Jonathan Knudsen. The Complete Book of Caricature by Bob Stocky. The Dangerous Book for Boys by Gon Iggulden and Hal Iggulden. The Trans Self-Care Workbook by Theo Nicole Lorenz. The Care and Keeping of You, The Body Book for Girls by the American Girl Library. Having this book growing up was so awesome. It's an amazing book. It talks about bodies and puberty and life and struggles and happiness for girls growing up, up until like teenage years, in incredibly compassionate and informative ways. This book meant so much to me as a kid. For all I know, though, this book is out of print, but in the 90s, excellent book. An Orange Staples Notebook containing notes related to a job I had a few years ago. Clean Code, a handbook of agile software craftsmanship by Robert C. Martin. How to Draw Caricatures by Len Redman. Draw 50 buildings and other structures. The step-by-step way to draw castles and cathedrals, skyscrapers and bridges, and so much more by Lee J. Ames. Coro Coro Coronia. This is a notebook I bought at an Asian market in Montreal. It looks like it's kind of going for the Sanrio look, but I do not believe this is a Sanrio product. But look at this cute red cat. The Art of Rick and Morty. This is not a book, but it is a cool, very detailed explanation of the principles of Feng Shui. The Complete Cartoons of the New Yorker, edited by Robert Mankoff, forward by David Remnick, includes 2 CDs with all 68,647 cartoons ever published in the magazine. Those CDs are long gone, though. Classifieds, an anthology of prose poems. The object poem turned inside out and upside down. Letters to a Young Poet by Rainer Maria Rilke. Translation by M.D. Herder Norton. This is one of my favorite books. I've had this copy for many, many years. I flipped around in it and came across this paragraph, which I think is one of the ones that's quoted the most from this book. You ask whether your verses are good. You ask me. You have asked others before. You send them to magazines. You compare them with other poems, and you are disturbed when certain editors reject your efforts. Now, since you have allowed me to advise you, I beg you to give up all that. You are looking outward, and that above all you should not do now. Nobody can counsel and help you. Nobody. There is only one single way. Go into yourself, search for the reason that bids you to write, find out whether it is spreading out its roots in the deepest places of your heart, acknowledge to yourself whether you would have to die if it were denied you to write. This above all, ask yourself in the stillest hour of the night, must I write? Delve into yourself for a deep answer, and if this should be affirmative, if you may meet this earnest question with a strong and simple, I must, then build your life according to this necessity. Your life, even into its unmost indifferent and slightest hour, must be a sign of this urge and a testimony to it. Lady Gaga has a tattoo of some of this paragraph in German on her arm. Harry Potter et la Chambre des Secrets by J.K. Rowling. This is Harry Potter in French. There are two things that I love about Harry Potter in French. The first one is that Hogwarts is called Poudlard. And the second is that the Sorting Hat is called Le Chapeau, which is a pun because a hat in French is a chapeau and choix means choice. So it's the choice hat. And that's great. Harry Potter et l'école des sorciers by J.K. Rowling. Also, bonjour ça va to anyone watching this who speaks French. I know that I am not fluent in French and that I don't speak it the best and my pronunciation is sometimes off. I have this theory that moving to Montreal didn't lead to me speaking French better, but did lead to me speaking French like a Québécois. So anyone who's fluent in French and understands the accent difference between French and Quebec French, if you think I sound more like a Parisian French person or a Montreal French person, I would love to hear people's opinions. Or maybe I just sound like a American trying and failing to speak French well. J'espère que tous les gens ici sont heureux aujourd'hui. That's a sentence, right? Yeah, my French is terrible, especially because it's rusty because I don't use it anymore. And it's been years since I've needed to speak French regularly. But, when I worked for the public library, sometimes people would come in who were from French-speaking parts of Africa, and they didn't speak English well. And I would talk to them as best I could and teach them about library services in French. And all my library coworkers were like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Because it sounds like I speak good French if you don't speak French, but I don't speak good French and I'm aware of this. And one time I helped a man who spoke French and not English and who was at an airport in the United States and couldn't find his luggage. My mom was like, hey, this guy only speaks French, help. And I talked to him and helped him find his luggage and translated for him with the staff at the airport. And my French was terrible. And everyone was like, that's the coolest thing we've ever seen. So, am I a hero or just bad at French? Is there a difference? Who knows? Remembrance of Things Past, Part 2 by Marcel Proust. This book contains Cities of the Plain, The Captive, The Sweet Cheat Gone, and The Past Recaptured. Some of the books were translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, and one of the books was translated by Andreas Mayor. So this is my dad's poetry journal. Not a journal of poetry he wrote, but a journal of poetry he liked. And there's an interesting story here, because most of the poets in this book are well known. Emily Dickinson, T.S. Eliot, Auden, maybe, was in there. One of them was not a famous poet that I had heard of before, and she's actually a living person who is a screenwriter and a playwright. And I, looked her up and reached out to her and sent her, a copy of the page in my dad's journal where he had written down her poem. And now we're friends, and we talk a lot about writing, even though we live in different places, so we've only met up in person once. But, it's been 10 years since my dad died, and it's really cool that I met this woman who is a very caring, almost mentor-type person for me through my dad's poetry journal. Her poem that's in here was published in a medical journal, not in a poetry journal. So what we think is that in the 80s, my dad came across her poem in that medical journal and loved it and wrote it down. And then 30 years later, I reached out to her. Feminism is for Everybody. Passionate Politics by Bell Hooks. Our dolphin ancestors Keepers of Lost Knowledge and Healing Wisdom by Frank Joseph. No comment. Primates of Park Avenue, a memoir by Wednesday Martin. The Tale of the Unknown Island by Jose Saramago. Illustrated by Peter Cease. The Things They Carried by Tim O'Brien. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling. This is the very copy that I bought on my first trip to New York City when I stayed at the Plaza Hotel in Manhattan. And my dad said, I've heard about this new book called Harry Potter, let's buy it. And I was like, I don't want to read your book that you recommend. And then I went back to the Plaza and I started reading it and I was enthralled. I was definitely a Harry Potter kid, like obsessed. Now it's more like, oh yeah, that was important to me, to old me at some point, and was a part of my life. Coraline, the graphic novel adaptation of the magical national bestseller by Neil Gaiman, adapted and illustrated by P. Craig Russell. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets by J.K. Rowling. Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, Parts 1 and 2, based on an original new story by J.K. Rowling, John Tiffany, and Jack Thorne, a new play by Jack Thorne. Special rehearsal edition script, whatever that means. I have not read this, but I remember that when I bought it, I went to Target and I bought this, candy, I think Nerds, and a pregnancy test. And that was what I bought at Target that day. And I imagine the cashier had a moment of like, what is happening with this person today? The Math Book, From Pythagoras to the 57th Dimension, 250 Milestones in the History of Mathematics by Clifford A. Pickover. Heart of Darkness and Selected Short Fiction by Joseph Conrad. Introduction and Notes by A. Michael Mayton, who was a professor of mine, actually. The Hospital Suite by, I can't read that cursive writing, John Porcellino. Hang on, let me go check the book real quick. Okay, I checked. It's John Porcellino. A Mind for Numbers. How to Excel in Math and Science, Even If You Flunked Algebra, by Barbara Oakley, PhD. Killing Commendatore, a novel, by Haruki Murakami. Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, a practical guide for improving communication and getting what you want in your relationships, by John Gray, PhD. Guerrilla Marketing for Writers. 100 no-cost, low-cost weapons for selling your work, by J. Conrad Levinson, Rick Frischman, Michael Larson, and David L. Hancock. Expanded 2nd edition. Everyday Witchcraft. Making Time for Spirit in a Too Busy World, by Deborah Blake. The Essential Rumi, translated by Coleman Barks. Introduction by Houston Smith. The Collected Tales and Poems of Edgar Allan Poe. I recently learned that there's a rapper who exists in the United States whose name is Edgar Allan Flo, and I think that's the best thing ever. Being and Nothingness, the Principal Text of Modern Existentialism, by Jean-Paul Sartre. Resilient Grieving, Finding Strength and Embracing Life After a Loss That Changes Everything, by Lucy Hone, PhD. Forward by Karen Ravik, PhD. The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, a novel, by Haruki Murakami. Fantastic book. This book is like the best that Murakami has to offer the world. I think he's great. He's got some bad books, And I think you just have to, like, accept that and work with the stuff that he's made, like Wind Up Bird Chronicle and Kafka on the Shore and even Sputnik Sweetheart, that are fantastic. And then, you know, Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World, just pretend it doesn't exist. This is a notebook of mine from when I was 21. It's stamped by the Shakespeare and Company bookstore in Paris and includes a bucket list with some pretty good items on it. Though I have not started a fight club to this day, and that's a really weird one on this list. This is another notebook of mine, which includes a list of interesting or funny things that I've overheard out in public, including it's a musical based on a soap opera from the 80s, as said by a writer talking about his latest project in a Starbucks on 24th and 6th in Manhattan. The Adventures of Wishbone, Robin Hound Crusoe by Caroline Leavitt, inspired by Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. Poker Face, The Rise and Rise of Lady Gaga by Maureen Callahan. Stop Improving Yourself and Start Living by Roberta Jean Bryant. Staff Engineer, Leadership Beyond the Management Track by Will Larson. Mad Girls Love Song, Sylvia Plath and Life Before Ted by Andrew Wilson. Talking River Review, Issue 53, Fall 2022. Love Star, a novel by Andri Snare Magnusson. I purchased this in Reykjavik. Tea Here Now, Relax and Rejuvenate with a Tea Lifestyle, Rituals, Remedies, and Meditations by Donna Fellman and Lasha Tizer. Forward by James Norwood Pratt. Diaries by Franz Kafka. Sputnik Sweetheart by Haruki Murakami. I have a Sputnik tattoo because of this book, and also because Sputnik has the same birthday as my mom. And just because I find the imagery of being the first satellite all alone in space, orbiting the Earth but isolated, to be evocative. Also, in a lot of ways, Sputnik is responsible for the modern tech industry, especially in the United States, because the launch of Sputnik kind of freaked out the Americans to the point that they poured tons of money into science education in the United States and poured a ton of money into science research in the United States in a way that fueled the creation of things like the internet, which was created by DARPA, which was created directly in response to the launch of Sputnik by the USSR. So, you know, this whole life you have with all your technology and your smartphone, you can thank Sputnik for that. The Seventh Tower, Above the Veil by Garth Nix. The Abortion, an Historical Romance, 1966 by Richard Brautigan. So, apropos of nothing, I have to share this fact that I learned. That in the late 19th and early 20th century in the United States, it was a popular thing to have, like, for people to have waffle parties at their house. Like, all your friends come over and eat waffles. And the best part of this is that what people called these waffle parties was a waffle frolic, which is the best phrase. That's so good. I want to go to a waffle frolic. Ghosts and Other Plays by Henrik Ibsen. Japanese Phrasebook and Dictionary, 1984 by George Orwell. Sailor Moon, the original English translation by Tokyo Pop, Volume 10 by Naoko Takeuchi. The Astrologer's Handbook, with complete instructions for interpreting any natal chart and step-by-step instructions for casting your own charts, by Francis Sakoyan and Louis S. Acker. Kafka, by David Zane Marowitz and R. Crumb. The Portable Nietzsche, edited and translated by Walter Kaufman. I'm so stressed out, I swear I'm going to sit down and never get up. A 2013 comic collection by Beth Evans. A notebook with not much written in it My idea notebook from high school and college. Are You My Mother? A comic drama by Alison Bechdel. The Griffin, in which the extraordinary correspondence of Griffin and Sabine is rediscovered by Nick Bantock. This is a kind of multimedia book that includes envelopes in the pages that have letters in them. King of Sorts, Episode 2 by Jackie at Crabbing, cover by Kaijuju Art. This is one of many comic works that I got at the Small Press Expo last year when I was helping my artist friend run a booth there. The Dialectical Behavior Therapy Skills Workbook, practical DBT exercises for learning mindfulness, interpersonal effectiveness, emotion regulation, and distress tolerance by Matthew McKay, PhD, Jeffrey C. Wood, PsyD, and Jeffrey Brantley, MD. The People's Doonesbury, Notes from Underfoot by G.B. Trudeau. Mindful Mantras, I Can Handle It by Laurie Wright. Illustrations by Ana Santos. Mindful Mantras, I Believe in Myself by Laurie Wright. Illustrations by Ana Santos. The Organization of Information, 3rd edition by Arlene G. Taylor and Daniel N. Jodrey. This is left over from my stint in library school in Montreal. Imaginez, Le Français sans frontières, 2nd edition. Cours de Français intermédiaire by Cherie Michke. Violent Cases, a graphic novella by Neil Gaiman and Dave McKean. Best Vegan Recipes. Book 1, B-flat trumpet/cornet, Standard of Excellence, Comprehensive Band Method by Bruce Pearson. Book 1, B-flat clarinet, Standard of Excellence, Comprehensive Band Method by Bruce Pearson. Comfortable with Uncertainty, 108 Teachings on Cultivating Fearlessness and Compassion by Pema Chodron. Hunter x Hunter, Volume 18 by Yoshihiro Togashi with a Mareep bookmark. Training in Compassion, Zen Teachings on the Practice of Lojong by Norman Fisher. The Complete Illustrated Guide to Zen by Seigaku Amato. A History of U.S. Feminisms by Rory Dicker. Hunter x Hunter Volume 9 by Yoshihiro Togashi. Hunter x Hunter Volume 8 by Yoshihiro Togashi. Wave by Sonali Dara... Someone's texting me. By Sonali Daraniagala. Uncorrected Proof. That text was about someone getting back to me because I want to show them the movie Gremlins because they've never seen it, and maybe we will do that this weekend. Graham Greene, collected short stories. The Drama of the Gifted Child, The Search for the True Self, completely revised and updated with a new afterword by the author, by Alice Miller. Cultivating the Doula Heart, Essentials of Compassionate Care by Francesca Lynn Arnoldi. Sailor Moon Volume 2 by Naoko Takeuchi. Sailor Moon Volume 3 by Naoko Takeuchi. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the 5th, The Austere Academy by Lemony Snicket. Tell Everyone Why We Share and Why It Matters by Alfred Hermida. This One Summer by Jillian Tamaki and Mariko Tamaki. Worker by Gary Hawkins, signed. Birth of a Theorem, A Mathematical Adventure by Cedric Villani. The Adventures of Wishbone, A Tale of Two Sitters by Joanne Barkin, inspired by A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. Socialism, A Very Short Introduction by Michael Newman. Letters to a Young Poet by Rainer Maria Rilke. Translation by M.D. Herter Norton. So it looks like this is the same translation that's in that other book. This just is older and has a different cover. This book also has a note inside. Dearest Rita, to your new changed house, unto a guest has entered, and to the rebirth of your feelings of surprise and joy. All my love, Paula. February 7th, 1993. I wonder if Rita had a baby. Fermat's Enigma, the epic quest to solve the world's greatest mathematical problem, by Simon Singh, foreword by John Lynch. Post-Secret, Confessions on Life, Death, and God, by Frank Warren, signed. Level Up Your Dog Training, a positive reinforcement primer, how to teach your dog anything, some assembly required, by Natalie Bridger Watson, CPDTKA. A second copy of the Book of Laughter and Forgetting by Milan Kundera. Herb Gardening. I don't see an author name anywhere on this book. A second copy of Wild, From Lost to Found on the Pacific Crest Trail by Cheryl Strayed. The Well of Loneliness, a 1920s classic of lesbian fiction by Radcliffe Hall. This is Bibliotherapy, Methods and Materials. Looks like it was published by both the Association of Hospital and Institution Libraries and the American Library Association. I don't know if this means that these people wrote this book or if they just were the approvers of it or something, but the names of Mildred T. Moody, chairman of the Committee on Bibliotherapy, and Hilda K. Limper, chairman of the Subcommittee on the Troubled Child. Dang, those names are in here. It looks like this book is from 1971. It also says do not remove from the library, and so hopefully I didn't steal this. The Time Traveler's Wife by Audrey Niffenegger. I've read this book so many times, starting in high school when I first got my hands on it. Love this book. It's one of those books that I think I'm going to return to every few years for the rest of my life. Ruby on Rails Tutorial, 4th edition, Learn Web Development with Rails by Michael Hartle. Forwards by Derek Sivers and Obi Fernandez. My Body is a Book of Rules by Alyssa Washuta. Batman, The Dark Knight, Master Race by Frank Miller, Brian Azzarello, Andy Kubert, Klaus Janson, Brad Anderson, and Alex Sinclair. La Tectonique des Plaques by Margot Motin. I've never read this. It's entirely in French. The art looks cool though. The Art of Miyazaki's Spirited Away. Fortran 95 2003 for Scientists and Engineers, 3rd edition by Stephen J. Chapman. The Doula Business Guide Workbook, Tools to Create a Thriving Practice for Birth, Postpartum, and End-of-Life Doulas, 3rd edition by Patty Brennan. The New Annotated Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2 by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, edited with notes by Leslie S. Klinger. Romantic Style, Knits and Crochet to Wear or Display by Jenny Atkinson. Modern Geometry by David A. Thomas. The Secret Lives of Men and Women, a post-secret book compiled by Frank Warren. My Secret. It doesn't say it on the cover, but this was also compiled by Frank Warren. Blankets, a graphic novel by Craig Thompson. The New Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain, a brand new edition of the classic, expanded and updated, a course in enhancing creativity and artistic confidence by Betty Edwards. Python Pocket Reference, Python in Your Pocket, 5th edition by Mark Lutz. A friend came over one time and saw this on my coffee table and assumed I was about to buy a snake. It's not about snakes, it's about computer programming. We Need to Talk About Kevin by Lionel Shriver. Really good, really disturbing, was made into a great movie also. This is some stranger's journal that my boyfriend found when he moved into an empty dorm room where this had been left on the windowsill. So it's ours now, and we just know about this person's life from 2008, whoever they are. One Breath at a Time, Buddhism and the 12 Steps by Kevin Griffin. You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay. I borrowed this from someone who insisted that they did really need it back in a couple months, and that was 12 years ago. Steven Universe, Fusion for Beginners and Experts by Rebecca Sugar and Angie Wang. Fun Home, a family tragicomic by Alison Bechdel. Highly recommend reading this one. It's really good. I've learned now while working on this project that you can kind of tell by the sound of my voice when I'm narrating early in the morning. It's 6:30 a.m. and my voice definitely sounds a little sluggish. The Secret Language of Birthdays, Relationship Workbook and Birthday Keeper by Gary Goldschneider and Joost Elfers. I think this is kind of like astrology light. Like, it just tells you stuff about your personality and your destiny based on your birthday, but doesn't go into like hardcore astrological themes and ideas and concepts. Gorillas, Rise of the Ogre. Written by Cass Brown and Gorillas. Designed by J.C. Hewlett and Zombie Flesh Eaters. So fun fact, the first Gorillas album was the first album that I ever bought with my own money. That I went to the store and had money in my pocket and exchanged money for a CD all by myself. I was probably 11. And I really think that their music really changed how I see music. Before that, I was mostly listening to, Britney Spears and Backstreet Boys and really poppy stuff that was kid-friendly. And there's nothing wrong with that music. Like, I still love Britney Spears, but Gorillaz opened me up to all these new genres because they really do mix a lot of genres together and into like a melting pot of musical ideas. The other thing is that I joined, there was an online message board for Gorillaz fans, like the official message board on their website, that I joined when I was probably 11 or 12 and was really active on for like 3 years. And made a lot of friends there. Those friends, eventually a lot of us joined DeviantArt and were DeviantArt friends. And some of them I stayed in touch with until college. Like, I think there was at least one person from the Gorillaz message board that I met when I was 11 or 12 who I was still chatting with online in college. But I'm not in touch with anyone now. Long gone out of my life. Kings of Sorts, Episode 3 by Jackie, cover by Lexi. Kings of Sorts, Episode 4 by Jackie, cover by Honeybee Arts. The New Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain Workbook, Guided Practice in the 5 Basic Skills of Drawing by Betty Edwards. I had this book with me when I ended up in a short-term psych ward when I was in high school. And I think the drawing during that time was really good for me. However, I got in trouble because I was working on this book instead of schoolwork. And, no one told me that was bad. I just got, like a demerit or whatever the behavioral system they had was after school time was over. And they're like, you weren't doing schoolwork, you were drawing. And I was kind of like, well, you could have just told me that and I could have picked my schoolwork up, but they waited to just get me in trouble. Short-term psych wards and possibly long-term psych wards, I don't know much about those because I've never been to one or broken in the United States. That's all I gotta say. The Legend of Zelda, Hyrule Historia. The Dali Museum Collection, Oil Paintings, Objects, and Works on Paper. So, fun fact about the Dali Museum, the worldwide Dali, Salvador Dali Museum is in St. Pete, Florida. Not because he had any affiliation whatsoever with St. Pete when he was alive, but just because there was a touring Dali exhibit and the people of St. Pete loved it so much that they put together the money and the campaign to get a Dali museum in St. Pete, and now the Dali museum is in St. Pete. That's so wild to me. I went one time, but I also was feeling really sick that day, and so I didn't enjoy the museum too much. The Sun Magazine, September 2019, issue 525. This looks water damaged, but I don't remember if there's a story behind that or what. McGill University, Information Behavior and Resources, GLIS 619, Professor Joan Bartlett. This is my class book of readings for this class that I took 10 years ago. The Now of Brown by Glenn Dillon. My dad's sketchbook from the late 90s, early 2000s. We aren't going inside right now because there's a lot of nude and semi-nude drawings. Japan's Best Friend, Dog Culture in the Land of the Rising Sun by Manami Okazaki. This was a gift from one of my best friends. The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo by Stieg Larsson. I was in Stockholm last summer and tried to get to Stieg Larsson's grave, but it looked like there was a lot of construction happening at the church he's buried at, and I think his grave is in an area where you can't access at the moment due to the construction because I wasn't able to find it. Let me tell you something though about Stockholm. When I was there, I went to a forest cemetery, which was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It's just graves among beautiful, beautiful trees and some interesting architecture. It was absolutely gorgeous. If you're ever in Stockholm, check out the forest cemetery. Let me check real quick if there's a name for it. Oh yeah, let me try and fail to pronounce this. The Skogskirkegarden. There you go. South of the Border, West of the Sun by Haruki Murakami. My first Murakami book ever. The Inventions, Researches, and Writings of Nikola Tesla. Farm Anatomy, The Curious Parts and Pieces of Country Life by Julia Rothman. The Oxford Dictionary of Quotations, 5th edition, edited by Elizabeth Knowles. That's Beyonce and Solange's untalked about nerdy sister. That's a joke. Meet Sailor Mercury, Ice. This was a gift from my Nana. The Official Pokemon Handbook, Deluxe Collector's Edition by Maria S. Barbo. Chakras for Beginners, A Guide to Balancing Your Chakra Energies by David Pond. The Mindfulness Journal for Anxiety, Daily Prompts and Practices to Find Peace by Tanya J. Peterson. Java in a Nutshell, a desktop quick reference, 7th edition, covers Java 11 by Benjamin J. Evans and David Flanagan. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. I haven't read this. I've always been more of a Dostoevsky person. Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers, the acclaimed guide to stress-related diseases, and coping, now revised and updated, 3rd edition, by Robert M. Sapolsky. Let Go of the Guilt, Stop Beating Yourself Up and Take Back Your Joy, by Valerie Burton. I should read this one. Rick and Morty, Volume 1, by Zach Gorman, C.J. Cannon, Ryan Hill, Mark Ellerby, and Crank. Rick and Morty, Volume 3, by Tom Fowler, C.J. Cannon, Pamela Rybin, Mark Ellerby, Ryan Hill, and Crank. Rick and Morty, Volume 2, by Zach Gorman, C.J. Cannon, Mark Ellerby, Ryan Hill, Andrew McLean, Nick Filardi, Kat Ferris, and Crank. Python Machine Learning. Unlock deeper insights into machine learning with this vital guide to cutting-edge predictive analytics by Sebastian Raschke. Love You Forever, written by Robert Munch, illustrated by Sheila McCraw. This book would make me cry if I read it out loud right now. The Velveteen Rabbit, original text by Marjorie Williams, original art by William Nicholson. There's a movie that quotes the Velveteen Rabbit throughout the different parts of the movie called Beginners. It has Ewan McGregor and Christopher Plummer and Melanie Laurent. It's one of my favorite movies. I cry every single time I watch it, but it makes you cry in a really organic, like this is real life stuff kind of way. Not like it's like manipulating you the some way movies do. Just watch that movie. You won't regret it. Bunnicula, A Rabbit Tale of Mystery. Heck yeah. By Deborah and James Howe, illustrated by Alan Daniel. Heck yeah. I just hit my microphone. Heck yeah, Bunnicula. I loved this book so much as a kid, and you can tell that I've like been destroying this book by reading it so many times. I know there's a TV show now. I haven't seen it. I don't care. This book is awesome. The Noonday Demon, An Atlas of Depression by Andrew Solomon. This book really is an atlas of depression. If you have depression, if someone you care about has depression, read this book. It's not a, doctor trying to fix your depression, self-help kind of deal. It is a man who has struggled with very bad depression multiple times in his life, diving deep into the core of what depression even is from all types of angles: philosophical, scientific, biological, sociological. It's great. Ariel, the Restored Edition, a facsimile of Plath's manuscript, reinstating her original selection and arrangement, by Sylvia Plath, forward by Frida Hughes, her daughter. The Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Communicate, 11th edition, by Rudolf F. Verderber. That's a name, Verderber, and Kathleen S. Verderber. The New Yorker Book of Doctor Cartoons, and there's a little asterisk next to doctor with the note, and psychiatrist. Psychiatrists are doctors. I find this to be an interesting choice. I don't know. I guess maybe doctors who aren't psychiatrists feel weird about psychiatrists calling themselves doctors, but they all have MDs, right? They just have different types of MDs. I'm not getting involved in this doctor-psychiatrist drama, but anyway, here's a book. The Last Castle. The epic story of love, loss, and American royalty in the nation's largest home, by Denise Kiernan. That's the Biltmore Estate, if you aren't familiar. It is the nation's largest home. I've been there. It's really big. It's also kind of a tourist spot now. I know people who have worked in the winery there, selling wine and doing wine tastings. Dog-to-Dog Communication, The Right Way to Socialize Your Dog, by Jamie Shaw. I was about to say that I think this is just a mirror image of the same dog, but if you look at its fur patterns, it's not. Okay, cool. Good job not taking the cheap way out. Euclid's Elements, all 13 books complete in one volume. The Legend of Zelda, Art and Artifacts. Green's Dictionary of Slang, Volume 3, P through Z, by Jonathan Green. Building Stories, by Chris Ware. This is technically a book, but is less actually a book and more a collection of little books and pamphlets and pages printed out and put in a box. So here you can see what it looks like on the inside. It's all like, cartoonist work. And my friend who is a cartoonist says that this is one of her favorite cartoonist works of all time. I have yet to read it. This was my dad's. The Complete Far Side, Volume 1, 1980 through 1986, by Gary Larson. The Complete Far Side, Volume 2, 1987 through 1994, by Gary Larson. The Compact Oxford English Dictionary, New Edition. It's called compact not because this volume is small, but because each page actually has 9 pages on it in very, very, very small print that you need a magnifying glass to read. I don't own a magnifying glass, so this is useless to me, but it was my dad's, so I treasure it. A User's Guide to the Oxford English Dictionary. Squee by Jonan Vasquez. Vasquez is the man who created and gave the world Invader Zim. His comics from before Zim, though, are not kid-friendly. Don't Panic, Douglas Adams and the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Neil Gaiman. Collected Works by Flannery O'Connor. I appreciate that Flannery O'Connor's work exists while not actually personally liking it that much at all. Her work is important stuff for Southern literary Catholic history. I don't like reading it. Glass at 80, a celebration of Philip Glass, February 1st through 10th, 2017, Carolina Performing Arts. David Sedaris, Theft by Finding, Diaries 1977 through 2002. A second copy of It by Stephen King. I really like this portrait of Stephen King on the back. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy with a new introduction by Jay Perini. The Upanishads, Memories, Dreams, Reflections by C.G. Young. I read this book when I was in a psychiatric hospital in my early 20s. Watch Your F***ing Language. How to Swear Effectively, explained in explicit detail and enhanced by numerous examples taken from everyday life by Sterling Johnson and a distinguished panel of experts. Ham on Rye by Charles Bukowski. Sula by Toni Morrison. Logic, a very short introduction by Graham Priest. The Holy Bible, New Revised Standard Version, Catholic Gift Addiction, Addiction. I can't believe I said addiction. Okay. Catholic, and now I can't talk. Catholic Gift Edition, Anglicized Text, including a special introduction to the Catholic spiritual life by Our Sunday Visitor. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, introduction by Priscilla Meyer, translated by Constance Garnett, revised throughout by Julia Salkovskaya and Nicholas Rice. True Heart Intuitive Tarot Guidebook by Rachel True. A Renaissance Tarot, a Guide to the Renaissance Tarot by Brian Williams. The Wisdom of Anxiety, How Worry and Intrusive Thoughts Are Gifts to Help You Heal by Cheryl Paul. I really liked this book. I should reread it because I'm still worrying a lot and being upset about it, so I guess I didn't really process everything this woman had to say. It felt like she had really wise things to tell me that made sense, and I felt better after reading the book, and then it all just vanished, so time to reread. On Earth, We're Briefly Gorgeous, a novel by Ocean Vuong. Books versus Cigarettes by George Orwell, in which Mr. Orwell reflects on whether he spends more money on books or cigarettes. I bought this book when I was in New York City for Fashion Week, the one time I worked Fashion Week. I basically ran errands for a photographer at Fashion Week. And so it was a lot of picking things up, dropping things off, mostly that. And so that involved a lot of subway writing, and this is the book that I read. It was a good subway book. On Writing, a Memoir of the Craft by Stephen King. All writers love this book, yada yada yada. You know the drill. Whatever. Enough has been said about this book. It's great. Moving on. A Series of Unfortunate Events. Book the 6th. The Ersatz Elevator by Lemony Snicket. Selected Poems by W.H. Auden. Selected and edited by Edward Mendelsohn. I'm no Auden expert, or even really a fan. I don't know that much of his work. But there's a stanza of a poem in this book that I have tattooed on my ribs, which, yes, did hurt a lot and made me cry. But that stanza is this one. Beloved, we are always in the wrong, handling so clumsily our stupid lives, suffering too little or too long, too careful even in our selfish loves. The decorative manias we obey, dying grimaces round us every day, yet through their tohu-bohu comes a voice which utters an absurd command. Rejoice. I read this stanza to a boy I liked one time, and he kissed me afterwards, and it was very sweet, except that thing didn't last very long. Color Me Swiftly, the unofficial Taylor Swift coloring book. Color Me Good, Eddie Redmayne, the unofficial coloring book, plus coffee stains. David Bowie, retrospective and coloring book by Mel Elliott. Reality Sandwiches by Allen Ginsberg. Another copy of Letters to a Young Poet by Rainer Maria Rilke. New translator this time, translated with an introduction and commentary by Reginald Snell. And look at this cute little photo of Rilke. An Adultish Toolkit, 30 Things I Have Learned in 30 Years by Catherine Evans. Signed, The Little Book of Icelandic, on the idiosyncrasies, delights, and sheer tyranny of the Icelandic language by Alda Sigmundsdóttir. Also, here's me and a horse in Iceland 10 years ago. And 2 more Iceland photos, why not? That friend and I did some hitchhiking, and also rented a car and drove around the ring road. It was great. Pokemon trading card game, Sun and Moon Lost Thunder Player's Guide. This is a journal of mine that contains a note that I felt was important to write down, which says only Matthew Good is hot. Naked by David Sedaris. All the Light We Cannot See by Anthony Doerr. The 4 Pillars of Investing, Lessons for Building a Winning Portfolio by William J. Bernstein. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the 9th, The Carnivorous Carnival by Lemony Snicket. Adventure Time, Righteous Rules for Being Awesome by Jake Black. Exploring the World of Lucid Dreaming by Stephen LaBerge, PhD, and Howard Rheingold. I used to lucid dream a lot when I was a teenager, maybe early 20s too. Hasn't happened in a long time now. Diary, a novel by Chuck Palahniuk. Norwegian Wood by Haruki Murakami. A planner for 2018 and 2019. For some reason, behind the front cover, I saved this receipt from Arby's. The Bhagavad Gita, Krishna's Counsel in Time of War, translated by Barbara Stoller Miller. A journal. Gender Clown by Philippa Estrella. Another copy, I think this is number 4, of Letters to a Young Poet by Rainer Maria Rilke. Forward by Kent Nerburn. This is another new translation, and I am actually shocked that the translator is not on the cover. The translator did so much work. Why is their name not on the cover, but this forwarding guy is? But anyway, the translator was Joan M. Burnham. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the 10th, The Slippery Slope by Lemony Snicket. Okay, day 8 of working on this library project. Let's go! This is a notebook that was used for my notes from when I was briefly taking piano lessons as an adult. I grew up with a baby grand in my house, so my dad had taught me some basics when I was a kid, and the teacher I had was like, yeah, you're good at the basics, but let's learn actual playing the piano. But, it costs money to pay a good teacher, and so I ultimately didn't stick with it. Du Côté de Chez Swann by Marcel Proust. This is Disney's Pocahontas photo album that contains my photos from when I went to Disney World when I was 5. Here's me and Tigger. I'm not going to count these photo albums as books. That's a little bit of a stretch, but they're fun. Let's look at them. This photo album contains both photos from Catholic school and photos from college. I have college photos on printed out photographs because freshman year, somehow I won a raffle that got me a disposable camera. So I took photos, and I still have them, and here's some photos from college. More photos. Here's me and my pet pig. The Gay Science, with a prelude in rhymes and an appendix in songs by Friedrich Nietzsche. Translated with commentary by Walter Kaufman. Radical Dharma, Talking Race, Love, and Liberation by Reverend Angel Kyoto Williams. Lama Rod Owens with Jasmine Saidullah, PhD. Sailor Moon, Volume 1 by Naoko Takeuchi. I actually colored in this one when I was a kid. This is also an early translation of Sailor Moon where they translate her name, her non-Sailor Moon name, Usagi, to Bunny. In the more recent manga translations and the anime translations, they keep the name Usagi. Sailor Moon, Volume 8 by Naoko Takeuchi. Present over perfect, leaving behind frantic for a simpler, more soulful way of living by Shauna Nyquist. Forward by Brene Brown. The rules do not apply. I gotta go water the garden. Hey, Mr. Dogwood Tree. These are peppers. I forget what kind. Okay, all done. Where were we? Oh yeah. The Rules Do Not Apply by Ariel Levy. Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World by Haruki Murakami. I actually did not realize I owned this in book form because when I read it, I really just listened to it on a very long train ride from Copenhagen to Stockholm. So I've listened to the audiobook and I don't even remember buying a physical copy of this. I don't like this book. This is like the worst thing Murakami has ever written. You know, if you disagree, fight me. Phaedo by Plato. Samson Agonistes by Milton. And Guide for the Perplexed by Maimonides. I'm perplexed. I guess I should read this book. Fahrenheit 451 60th Anniversary Edition by Ray Bradbury with a new introduction by Neil Gaiman. The Essential Rumi Translations by Coleman Barks with John Moyne. I don't know if this is the exact same collection of poems as the previous Rumi book, but it's the same translator. This is with John Moyne. I don't know what he did, but he's new. He wasn't in the other edition. The Borderline Personality Disorder Survival Guide. Everything you need to know about living with BPD by Alexander L. Chapman, PhD, and Kim L. Gratz, PhD. Forward by Perry D. Hoffman, PhD, President, National Education Alliance for Borderline Personality Disorder. Land of Amnesia by Joseph Bethanti, who was at one point the Poet Laureate of the state of North Carolina. Signed, The High Heart, stories by, also, Joseph Bethanti. Signed, A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the Second, The Reptile Room, by Lemony Snicket. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the 11th, The Grim Grotto, by Lemony Snicket. The Voice of Hope, Conversations with Alan Clements, by Aung San Suu Kyi, leader of Burma's struggle for democracy, Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, Director's Cut by Jonan Vasquez, not for children. Also, speaking of it not being for children, when I was, I think 15, I wanted this book. I wanted to read it. I was a fan of Invader Zim. I was a teenager and I wanted to read Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. My parents looked into it and were like, no, we're not buying you something called Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Also, we looked at the art and it's disgusting. We're not buying this for you. I made this is the kind of child that I was. I made a list of every inappropriate thing that I could remember being exposed to up to that point, like inappropriate for the age I was at. Like every time that there was a movie with a really bad word in it or nudity or stuff sorry, I just hit my mic. Like anything I could think of where I was like, yeah, but this time you let me watch that. And it was such a long list that my parents threw up their hands and were like, okay, fine, you win. And I got Johnny the Can't talk. I got my hands on Johnny the Homicidal Maniac at 15 because I'm resourceful. Thank you very much. A Farewell to Arms by Ernest Hemingway. This book made me cry. Nests and Wings, a zine on family and partner violence, support and healing. By Christina, Vic, Kelly, Emily, Hannah, Jenny, Sari, Charlotte, and Erin. I know some of these people, and one of them's actually dead now, and one of them's a lawyer, and one of them used to date my current boyfriend. This is a zine called Trans Who. I couldn't find an author anywhere. This is a zine called Polyamour, an exploration and expression of polyamorous relationships by Lil Bear. Animal Farm by George Orwell. The Odyssey of Homer, translated and with an introduction by Richmond Lattimore. The Girl Who Played with Fire by Stieg Larsson. Mouse, A Survivor's Tale, Part 1, My Father Bleeds History by Art Spiegelman. Mouse, A Survivor's Tale, Part 2, And Here My Troubles Began by Art Spiegelman. Ride at Your Own Risk, a collection of memoir comics by S. Maloney. Garfield at Large, his first book, now in full color, bigger and bolder, new, larger size, by Jim Davis. The Daily Show with Jon Stewart presents Earth, the book, A Visitor's Guide to the Human Race. This is the comedian Jon Stewart, unlike that first book. So I've actually been to The Daily Show to a live taping because I was working for the public library when the Democratic National Convention came to my town where I worked at the library. And so I get an email one day in my work email that says, hey, anybody who works for the library who wants to volunteer as an usher at The Daily Show. The Daily Show's filming at the theater at the Children's Library. So just send us an email, first come, first served. And I said yes. And so me and a friend who I worked with at the library got to be ushers and then sit next to each other and watch a live taping. And it was really cool. I also, before I went to the live taping, I went to this little like food market around the corner from the Children's Library and was like 3 yards from John Oliver. Now this is pre like, what's his show on HBO? I forget the name of his show on HBO, but this is pre him having his own show. But I still knew who he was because he was a Daily Show correspondent. And so I'm sitting there eating some sushi, and I look over, I'm like, oh my gosh, John Oliver, he's there. It was cool, it was great. A Mathematician's Survival Guide, Graduate School and Early Career Development by Stephen G. Krantz. Looks like this is a publication of the American Mathematical Society. Yeah, there was a time where I was maybe gonna go get a math PhD, but I don't think that's my destiny now. A second copy of Naked by David Sedaris. Vogue Knitting, Scarves, I did not see an author name. Burton on Burton, Revised Edition, edited by Mark Salisbury, forward by Johnny Depp. So this is interviews and information about Tim Burton, the film director. I was reading this book before class started in college for a creative writing class, and the professor assumed that this was a book about Sir Francis Burton, who's a writer from the 19th century, and she kind of like praised me for it, like, oh, it's so cool that you're reading about Burton. And I didn't correct her, but in my head I was like, no, wrong Burton. Beyond Birth and Death by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Lolita, 50th Anniversary Edition by Vladimir Nabokov. Okay, so I've pronounced this guy's name in 2 different ways now, and so I finally looked it up, and so I think I have the correct pronunciation, which is neither the first nor the second pronunciation that I have tried so far, so let's give this a shot. This is Tell All by Chuck Palahniuk. Nutella, Les 30 recettes cultes, Recettes de Sandra Mahout, Photographie de Nathalie Carnet. This is a French book that includes 30 Nutella recipes. Humans of New York by Brandon Stanton. Platform, Get Noticed in a Noisy World. A step-by-step guide for anyone with something to say or sell by Michael Hyatt. Humans of New York Stories by Brandon Stanton. This was going to be a gift to my uncle, and then my uncle died, so it's mine now. A Brief History of Time, From the Big Bang to Black Holes by Stephen W. Hawking, with an introduction by Carl Sagan. Okay, we all know who Stephen Hawking is. Like, he's a cultural entity that most people in like the Anglo-speaking sphere know about at the very least, and probably in other languages too, in other parts of the world. We all know who Stephen Hawking is. If you actually read his books, though, he's actually hilarious and a very down-to-earth writer who wants, like, average, normal, day-to-day people to understand complicated theoretical physics ideas that he works with on a day-to-day basis. And it's actually amazing and remarkable, and he's the best. Like, we all know who he is, but actually read his stuff, he's the best. The Best American Comics 2008, edited by Linda Berry, series editor Jessica Abel, and series editor Matt Madden. There's a note on this that is asking me if I'm interested in this book. The thing is, I don't remember who JC is. A Planner, The Crystal Bible, a definitive guide to crystals, featuring over 200 crystals by Judy Hall. I did used to work in a tarot crystal shop and sell crystals, you know, based on people's problems and what crystals they needed to heal them. I'm a little more skeptical of that stuff nowadays, but you know what? Crystals are beautiful. And if buying one makes you feel better, so be it. Who cares? It's lovely. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the 8th, The Hostile Hospital by Lemony Snicket. Berlitz Japanese Dictionary, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban by J.K. Rowling. Encyclopedia of Exercise Anatomy, step-by-step instructions for 125 exercises and stretches, over 150 customized and sport-specific programs, clear anatomical illustrations by Hollis Lance Liebman. I bought this book after I had a personal trainer for a little bit and loved it, but he was a little expensive, so I stopped going, and then bought this book to kind of help guide me with workout ideas. Letting Go, The Pathway of Surrender by David R. Hawkins, MD, PhD. I actually have the words let go tattooed on my leg, but I haven't read this book. I just woke up from a nap during a thunderstorm. I got 3 disappointing bits of news today, all of which were things that I had been kind of hopeful and looking forward to, and they all fell through today. Not much to say about that. Let's keep looking at books. Badass, Making Users Awesome by Kathy Sierra. Nolo's Essential Guide to Divorce, 7th edition by attorney Emily Daskow. I'm getting a phone call. The Mandibles, A Family, 2029 through 2047 by Lionel Shriver. Lonely Planet Guide, Honolulu, Waikiki, and Oahu. You may have noticed earlier that I have a few books about divorce. I am a divorcee. I was married for 6 months in my late 20s. It was a mistake. And once I realized that it was a mistake, I asked for a divorce, and then I went to my manager at work, who was also a divorcee, and I said, I'm getting a divorce and I'm kind of freaking out. And she said, what do you need? And I said, I need a week off. And she says, okay, do it, take a week off. And I flew first class to Hawaii, which I've never been to before. And I stayed at a discount hotel in Waikiki with a balcony where you could just see the ocean from the balcony, and had a Bloody Mary with every breakfast, and thought about my life. And it was great, even though Waikiki is a tourist spot for sure, and that if I go back to Hawaii, I will definitely not be going to Waikiki. And if I do go back to Hawaii, I will be aspiring to spend most of my money at establishments owned by Native Hawaiians, but that's a big topic. It was a good time. It was a moment where I was reassessing a lot of things, and being on vacation in Hawaii by yourself, you have a lot of time to think. Homage to Catalonia by George Orwell. I've had this book since college, so that's well over a decade. I am only just now in this very moment noticing that there is a cute little dog on the cover of this book. Look at him. Look how cute he is. I mean, it looks like he's in a war zone, so hopefully he's okay. Reminds me of Apocalypse Now. Her Fearful Symmetry by Audrey Niffenegger. Not as good as The Time Traveler's Wife. I've only read this book once, but I really did not fall in love with it at all. Not really. Chill Out, Fido. How to Calm Your Dog by Non Kane Arthur. Great looking dog over here. This book is from the era when my dogs, Petunia and Hercules, were having a lot of behavior issues. And I worked really hard on their behavior issues, but the thing that fixed it in the end was I bought a house with a backyard and lots of space from the neighbors. And they calmed down and started behaving much better almost instantaneously. And then my boyfriend moved in with his dog, who is a really calm dog. And her presence, I think, has helped them also. And they're much better behaved dogs now. I mean, they still get excitable and bark at the window sometimes. But in the past, it was kind of like, how do I even manage these dogs? And now they're fine. Hard to House Train. Practical Solutions for Dog Trainers by Peggy O. Swager. Nabokov's favorite word is mauve. What the Numbers Reveal About the Classics, Bestsellers, and Our Own Writing by Ben Blatt. How to Build a Billion-Dollar App by George Burkowski. I've never built a billion-dollar app. iOS 10 Programming Fundamentals with Swift. Swift, Xcode, and Cocoa Basics by Matt Newberg. Dreamcatcher by Stephen King. I liked this book. I liked this movie. I watched the movie a lot when I was in middle school. Most of what I remember about the movie is that Jason Lee plays a character named Beaver because he chews on so many toothpicks. This was also Stephen King's I Just Got Hit by a Car and I'm Recovering and in a Lot of Pain and on Painkillers and writing this by hand on paper book. Dance of the Happy Shades and Other Stories by Alice Munro, featuring a Teddy Ursa bookmark. Blackword by Lawrence Lindell. My Friend Dahmer by Durf Back Durf. Durf signed this and even drew me a little Dahmer. Marry Me a Little by Rob Kirby, signed. I Thought You Loved Me by Mary Naomi. I met them last year and had a conversation with them because I really liked a book that they had published 10 or more years ago. It's in this library, we'll get to it. And they were at the Small Press Expo in DC where my friend had a table and Mary Naomi also had a table, and I went and talked to them. It was great. It's really great to meet people who've created art that you love and really talk to them. It was more than just I like your book, oh thank you, here's a signature. We had a real conversation and they were really happy that their old book had meant so much to me. And they asked me what they wanted me to draw, and I said a hedgehog, and so that's what they did. Personal Finance for Dummies by Eric Tyson, MBA. The Knot Guide to Wedding Vows and Traditions Readings, Rituals, Music, Dances, and Toasts by Carly Roney and the editors of TheKnot.com. A journal from college. After the Fairy Tale. Poems by Maureen A. Sherbandy. Twist a Plot. Gold Sword of Dragon Walk by R.L. Stine. This is a Choose Your Own Adventure knockoff by a pre-Goosebumps R.L. Stine, which is why I've held on to it for so long. It's kind of cool. I mean, he's the Goosebumps guy. Before that, I guess he wrote fantasy, not Choose Your Own Adventure books. Bath by Jen Silverman. Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis. Wicca, A Guide for the Solitary Practitioner by Scott Cunningham. Everyday Witch, A to Z Spellbook. Wonderfully Witchy Blessings, Charms, and Spells by Deborah Blake. Oh, my dogs are trying to get in the room. They want breakfast! Yeah, do you want breakfast? Do you want breakfast? Do you want breakfast? Yes, you do want breakfast. Yes, you do. Is it time? Oh, yeah, okay. Enough time has passed since you took your meds that we can have breakfast now, okay? Sound good? Sound good, Hercules? This is Hercules, and this is Petunia. Middlesex by Jeffrey Eugenides. Confession. I've been pronouncing this man's name wrong for a very long time, and am now pronouncing it correctly because I looked it up, and the New York Times told me that's how it's pronounced. I was about to say it the wrong way for this video, and then I looked at his name and I said, that's probably Greek, which means I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. A Woman in Charge, The Life of Hillary Rodham Clinton by Carl Bernstein. The Everything Guide to Codependency, Learn to Recognize and Change Codependent Behavior by Jennifer J. Sowell, PhD. The Ultimate Spiritual Way by John C. Parkin. This was the last book my father ever gave me before he died. After the Ecstasy, The Laundry, How the Heart Grows Wise on the Spiritual Path by Jack Kornfield. The Quran, translated with notes by N.J. Dawood. Beautiful You by Chuck Palahniuk. A book on casino gambling, written by a mathematician and a computer expert by Virginia L. Graham and C. Ionescu Tulsia. 10th of December by George Saunders. The 12 Steps and 12 Traditions Workbook, Codependence Anonymous. For the Love of Knitting, a celebration of the knitter's art. Carrie Cornell, editor. Contributors include Melanie Fallick, Elizabeth Zimmerman, Meg Swanson, and Susan Gordon Leiden. I'm a knitter. I'm kind of an accidental knitter. I was going through a breakup and showed up at my friend's house coincidentally on knitting night, and they were like, sorry for your broken heart, let's teach you how to knit. I don't do it as consistently as I used to, and I have a lot of old yarn that I've been meaning to use for years. But I have a plan to make a sweater soon. I just want to have the open time to commit myself to it for a while instead of working on it a little bit at a time. I want to just be yes, I'm making a sweater, and that's all I'm doing for however long it takes, A really pretty notebook. Sham's Outline Series, Theory and Problems of Discrete Mathematics by Seymour Lipschitz. Gosh, I love math. The Creative Habit, Learn It and Use It for Life by Twyla Tharp. The Essential Dykes to Watch Out For by Alison Bechdel. So I bought this book. My dad had just died, and my brother already had plans to go to New York City to go to an Armin van Buuren concert at Madison Square Garden. And so my dad's boyfriend at the end of his life was like, okay, I'm taking your brother anyway. We're going to New York. So I got to reach out 3 hours before they left for New York, being like, hey, if you want to come to New York, you should hop in the car with us. We're leaving now. And I said, yeah, sure, let's do it. And so I packed up a bag very quickly and hopped in the car and drove to New York with these guys. And I bought this book while I was there and read it while I was there, and also was so depressed while I was there. But, you know, my friend was also going to the Armin van Buuren concert, and she came over and hung out with me and my dad's boyfriend after the concert, and we had a great time and great conversation. And then she left, and me and dad's boyfriend talked for hours, like until the sun rose. And then my brother came home from an after party at like 6 a.m. exhausted, and the sun was up, and we were like, oh, I guess we should go to bed. And you know, it was a terrible time. I was very sad. But it's a good memory for me now, that trip to New York. So, you know, what do you do? And I actually packed my passport for that trip because I had this idea of like, my dad's dead and my life is over, and maybe I'll just travel the world with whatever money I have in my passport and never come home. I didn't do that. I came home after a week. But the idea was there to just run away, and I didn't do it. At least not then. How to Write a Killer LinkedIn Profile and 18 Mistakes to Avoid by Brenda Bernstein. I'm not going to read all those letters after her name. I'll read the JD though. JD. She deserves that one. Shams Outline Series. Theory and Problems of Set Theory and Related Topics. Functions, relations, cardinal and ordinal numbers, transfinite induction, Zorn's lemma, algebra of propositions, Boolean algebra by Seymour Lipschitz. Book Club, an unshelved collection by Bill Barnes and Gene Ambom. This is a comic about librarians. Super Patissier book in Japanese. Let's see what Google Translate has to say. Use herbs and spices. A new fragrance for French pastries. Patisserie Planets, Koji Yamamoto. Seeking the ultimate taste and shape. The latest creations from Seasonal Patissier. I guess that's about it. My first journal as an adult from when I was 20 or 21. A journal. Peel. Fall 2009. The Peel, Fall 2010. Peel 2011. The Legend of Pocahontas by Virginia Watson. Illustrated by George Wharton Edwards. This book apparently was for Cassie from her godmother Holly. Couple Skills, 2nd edition, Making Your Relationships Work by Matthew McKay, PhD, Patrick Fanning, and Kim Palig, PhD. This book did not save my marriage. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon, Eternal Edition, Volume 3 by Naoko Takeuchi. Odds Off by Matt Madden. Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas, the film, the art, the vision by Frank Thompson. Forward by Tim Burton, with the complete lyrics from the film. Cosmic Fern by Sarah Maloney. Get Me Out of Here, My Recovery from Borderline Personality Disorder by Rachel Ryland. Everything Happens for a Reason and Other Lies I've Loved by Kate Bowler. Calling in the One, 7 Weeks to Attract the Love of Your Life by Catherine Woodward Thomas. Codependent No More, How to Stop Controlling Others and Start Caring for Yourself by Melody Beattie. Energy Wellness for Your Pet, a subtle energy companion for better bonding, health, and happiness by Cindy Dale. These are the chakras of a spider, in case you were wondering. The Celestine Prophecy and Adventure by James Redfield. The Anubis Oracle, a journey into the shamanic mysteries of Egypt by Nikki Scully and Linda Starwolf. Illustrated by Chris Walder. The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand. Afterword by Leonard Peikoff. Slouching Toward Nirvana. New Poems by Charles Bukowski. Mrs. Dalloway by Virginia Woolf, with a foreword by Maureen Howard. Les Québécois en 10 leçons, les cours de Québécois parlés by Alexandre Coutu. This is a lesson in Quebec French. I did use a couple tips from this book though when I lived in Montreal, and my Quebecois friends were very confused, so maybe it's not the best guide, or maybe I just did it wrong. The Dialectical Behavior Therapy Diary, Monitoring Your Emotional Regulation Day by Day by Matthew McKay, PhD, and Jeffrey C. Wood, PsyD. Patterns in Java, Volume 2 by Mark Grand. Patterns in Java, Volume 1, a catalog of reusable design patterns illustrated with UML by Mark Grand. Learning C# by Developing Games with Unity 5.x, 2nd edition. Develop your first interactive 2D platformer game by learning the fundamentals of C# by Greg Lukasek. Effective Java 3rd edition, Best Practices for the Java Platform, updated for Java 9 by Joshua Block. Yeah, there's a lot of Java books in here. My first software engineer job was a Java house. Holistic Tarot, an integrative approach to using tarot for personal growth by Benabel Wen. Sequel for Dummies by Alan G. Taylor. This was my house searching notebook. Here are some notes on some houses that I looked at online, and this is the note I wrote down for the house that I now own after I toured it for the first time. Disney's Atlantis, The Lost Empire, The Essential Guide. This movie and Treasure Planet are so underrated. I love those movies so much, both of them. Dot to Dot for grown-ups, Creating Intriguing Visual Puzzles by David Woodruff. Pokemon Origami, Fold Your Own Pokemon. The Binge Eating and Compulsive Overeating Workbook, an integrated approach to overcoming disordered eating by Carolyn Coker-Ross, MD, MPH. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I did start binge eating when I was 13, and it's been a problem ever since then. And I just want to send love and hope and happiness to anyone else struggling with that issue. The Bipolar Workbook, Tools for Controlling Your Mood Swings by Monica Ramirez Basco, I almost said MD. PhD. The 2015 Writers Market, the most trusted guide to getting published. By the way, today is me and my boyfriend's 5th anniversary together as a couple, and it's about our 16th anniversary of knowing each other as friends. He's in Chicago, and his flight just got delayed by an hour, so we'll see when he can get here. But I've got a cheesecake in the fridge waiting for him when he gets home, because that's how good I am. The Life and Times of the Thunderbolt Kid, a memoir by Bill Bryson. I'm pretty sure this was my boyfriend's book. So we got together as a couple because we were friends living in different states, and he was moving to the other side of the country and was like, what am I going to do with all my books? I can't bring all my books. And I said, let me come visit you. We'll say goodbye, and I'll grab your books. And I went, and I left with his books and, like, the startings of a new relationship, even though he was moving away. And now it's been 5 years. But some of his books that I guess are kind of his again now that he lives with me and he can have them and use them, whatever. Some of them are still on my shelf. And I recognize them because I look at them and I go, I would never buy this. Johannes Cabal, The Detective by Jonathan L. Howard, another boyfriend book. I guess my dog is scratching himself. Code Girls, The Untold Story of the American Women Code Breakers of World War II by Liza Mundy. Boyfriend's flight got delayed by another hour. Me Talk Pretty One Day by David Sedaris. The Complete Healthy Dog Handbook, the definitive guide to keeping your pet happy, healthy, and active by Betsy Brevitz, DVM. Radical Sewing, Pattern-Free, Sustainable Fashions for All Bodies by Kate Weiss. I used to work in the stitchery at a Buddhist monastery, mostly sewing bags that we would ship statues of the Buddha in when people bought them from us. And now I make clothes for fun, though I've kind of not worked on that in a while because I've had other projects going on. But I've got a lot of fabric in my home that needs to be used, and I'm excited to use it eventually. The Red Convertible, Selected and New Stories, 1978 through 2008 by Louise Erdrich. I don't know who this person is. This is a boyfriend book. I like this fox, coyote, wolf thing that I can't discern what it is, though. It's a cool little animal. Blonde by Joyce Carol Oates. This is the book that the movie Blonde... Ow! I just moved my hand and a pain went up my whole hand. Okay. Never mind. This is the book that the movie Blonde from 2022 is based on. And I know that movie was kind of controversial. Some people loved it, some people hate it, some people thought it was terrible. I haven't seen the movie, nor have I read this book. Bicycling for Dummies by Alan St. John. One time I briefly owned a bike. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Eternal Edition, Volume 5 by Naoko Takeuchi. Joe Death and the Graven Image by Benjamin Schipper. Poetry for Dummies by the Poetry Center at San Francisco State University and John Timpane, PhD, with Maureen Watts. I love this guy's enthusiastic for poetry face. My Neighbor Totoro. Director Hayao Miyazaki. Tokuma's Magical Adventure series. This is like a children's storybook version of the story of My Neighbor Totoro. I remember being a little kid and my dad came home one day with My Neighbor Totoro on VHS. I think he had read about it. I don't know if he got it from Blockbuster or somewhere else. And he put it on for me and I loved it. It was just the most magical movie I had ever seen up to that point. And I watched it over and over again, like every day for a while because I loved it so much. What a life-changing, lovely, and also like sad. When you grow up, you see how sad it is. Sad movie. But it ends with hopefulness and it ends with the girls growing up, you know? And I think it's a movie about magic and life lessons and difficulties. It's just a really good movie. Kombucha Revolution, 75 recipes for homemade brews, fixers, elixirs, and mixers by Stephen Lee with Ken Koopman. I got this book when I worked in book purchasing for the bookstore at McGill University in Montreal. This was one of the books that came in that was damaged. And they had a process for disposing of damaged books, or they had a process for it if we couldn't get a refund, and this was just going to be sent to that process, and I asked if I could have it, and they were like, yeah, sure, whatever. JavaScript and jQuery, Interactive Front-End Web Development by John Duckett. Boston Review, Speculation, Guest Poetry and Fiction Editors Ed Pavlik and Evelise Rodriguez. 3 Women by Lisa Taddeo. A Lifetime of Secrets by Frank Warren. The Mystery Science Theater 3000 Amazing Colossal Episode Guide by the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Writers and Performers! Cracking the GRE Mathematics Subject Test 4th Edition by the Princeton Review. Oh, there's a name down there in the bottom. By Stephen A. Leduc, or Leduc, I guess if he uses an Americanized pronunciation. I'm surprised I have this, because I thought I only had the one copy from the year that I took the test. Like, this woman's face doesn't look familiar to me. The other woman's face looked familiar to me because I stared at it for 3 months while studying. Yeah, I don't know why I have this. Discovering Biological Psychology by Laura A. Freberg. The Doctor's Book of Home Remedies for Women. Women doctors reveal over 2,000 self-help tips on the health problems that concern women the most, by the editors of Prevention Magazine Health Books. So my mom had this book in our house when I was growing up, and then in my 20s I had a kind of a women's health medical issue that was pretty bad that maybe I'll talk about some other time on my YouTube channel. But I had a really specific issue that needed a specific specialist, and that specialist, who I ended up seeing, who helped me and fixed my problem, is actually quoted in this book about the kind of issue that I was having. And I kind of stumbled across that, I came across that kind of by accident. I was just reading through the book a little bit for fun, and I was like, that's my doctor. Okay, she was here the whole time. Interesting. Post Secret. Signed. A second copy of Tiger Tracks, Leaving Our Mark, 2002. I guess this is my brother's. A second copy of this yearbook. The Sun, August 2019, issue 524. Cosmopolitan, August 2019, featuring Mariah Carey. Cosmopolitan, June 2019, featuring Emma Roberts. Okay, who wants breakfast for doggies? Come on! Come on, I'm gonna give you breakfast and make myself a sweet potato. Elle, May 2019, featuring Dua Lipa. The Sun, May 2019, issue 521. Cosmopolitan, September 2019, featuring Iggy Azalea. A notebook that contains nothing interesting. The Sun, December 2018, issue 516. The Sun, October 2018, issue 514. Cosmopolitan, July 2019, featuring Aubrey Plaza. Elle, June 2019, featuring India Moore. Cosmopolitan, October 2018, featuring Christina Aguilera. I actually thought this was Kesha when I first picked the magazine up. Elle, November 2018, featuring Lady Gaga. Elle, August 2019, featuring Miley Cyrus. Elle, October 2019, featuring Camila Cabello. The Sun, October 2019, issue 526. Cosmopolitan, October 2019, featuring Halsey. Tricycle, The Buddhist Review, Summer 2024. Living Well on the Spectrum, How to Use Your Strengths to Meet the Challenges of Asperger's Syndrome / High Functioning Autism by Valerie L. Goss, PhD. One thing, I've come to dislike the term high functioning autism because it's kind of a judgmental statement of high and low, and that's not really how I frame my understanding of autism anymore. Second, I am on a wait list for autism testing right now. So probably in like 2 months is about when they told me it would be my time to schedule my testing. And I'm gonna do it. It's been 10 years since I first was like, maybe this applies to me. And I'm looking forward to finding out. Right Down Your Alley, The Complete Book of Bowling by Vesma Grinfelds and Bonnie Holtstrand. This was my brother's bowling textbook from college. Reader's Digest, Complete Guide to Sewing, Step-by-Step Techniques for Making Clothes and Home Accessories, updated edition of classic bestseller. There's no author on the front. There's got to be an author for this book. I'm looking it up. I'm going back to the book. Well, I guess there's no author listed. This book has an author. The Act of Sewing, How to Make and Modify Clothes to Wear Every Day, includes 4 full-size patterns by Sonia Phillip. I like this book a lot. The patterns are really good, easy beginner patterns but are also very modifiable, and she explains how to modify them. I'm currently modifying the t-shirt pattern to be less like feminine, to have, to be longer, have longer sleeves and a tighter neckline. And that's my current project, but I haven't worked on it in a couple weeks. The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, Creating a Champion. Dune Part 1, the photography and text by Chiabella James. Forward by Tanya Lapointe. Preface by Rebecca Ferguson. Afterword by Brian Herbert. Dune Part 1 is based on the novel by Frank Herbert. So I don't know if she just worked on Part 2 or also Part 1, but I have this friend who lives in Jordan who worked on at least Dune Part 2 and maybe Dune Part 1. Isn't that cool? And she had a big enough of a role that in like the crew that her name's in the credits. Chobits 20th Anniversary Edition, Volume 1 by Clamp, featuring a Growlithe bookmark. Boyfriend and I are deciding on whether we're going to go out and get biscuits, as in Southern biscuits. Chobits 20th Anniversary Edition, Volume 2 by Clamp. Chobits 20th Anniversary Edition, Volume 3 by Clamp. Chobits 20th Anniversary Edition, Volume 4 by Clamp. By the way, I rewatched Titanic last night. What a good movie. Just a good, really good, really good movie. Thelma and Louise and Something to Talk About by Callie Corey. Hunter x Hunter, Volume 16 by Yoshihiro Togashi. Lincoln, the screenplay by Tony Kushner. Oh, see, I didn't know he wrote this movie. Now I really want to see this movie. Jeez. Tony Kushner is the Angels in America guy that we talked about many books back, which is such a good play. I need to see this movie now. Black and Buddhist: What Buddhism Can Teach Us About Race, Resilience, Transformation, and Freedom. Edited by Pamela Ayo Yatunde and Cheryl A. Giles. Forward by Galen Ferguson. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Original movie script. Collector's edition. By Willard Hyuk. I might be saying that wrong. Hayek. And Gloria Katz. Story by George Lucas. From Wasteland to Wonder. Easy ways we can help heal Earth in the suburban landscape by Basil Camus. The guy who wrote this owns an arborist company in North Carolina. And their thing is that they don't just take down whatever trees you need taken down for a fee, regardless of the health of the tree and whether it actually needs to come down from a safety or ecological perspective. They really care about trees. And he had an article in the New York Times recently that was really awesome. And so after I read that New York Times article, I bought his book. Also, Boyfriend has decided to make his own biscuits. Hunter x Hunter, Volume 15 by Yoshihiro Togashi. Interstellar, the complete screenplay with selected storyboards by Jonathan Nolan and Christopher Nolan, based on the film from Warner Brothers Pictures and Paramount Pictures. Okay, let's talk about Interstellar for a second. I rewatched this movie very, very recently. I think it's a bad movie. It pulls at the heartstrings in some scenes in really good, effective ways that I do love. But overall, I think it's a bad movie. It also looks cool. And also the whole, like, the scene on the water planet is amazing. That's fantastic. Everything else, it's just like such like thinly veiled, made up science stuff. Like, she even says, like, our main character's daughter at one point goes, "It's recursive, it's nonsense." And I said to Boyfriend, I said, recursive logic is not nonsense. Recursive logic is incredibly helpful in many scientific and mathematical and computer science related areas. for sure. It also just, like, it does the whole, like, science versus the heart thing. But you know what? If you want to deal with science versus the heart and also see Matthew McConaughey on the screen, just watch Contact. It's a much better movie. Made in Abyss, Volume 11 by Akihito Tsukushi. So, I haven't seen the anime for Made in Abyss, and I haven't read the manga yet either. But I'm fascinated by it. It seems like a really intriguing story and visuals, and I know it gets intense and gruesome. So I have the manga on hand to read once I'm done reading Hunter x Hunter. So there's a lot of these mixed in this book collection. Made in Abyss by Akihito Tsukushi, Volume 5. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, Legendary Edition by Akira Himakawa. This is a Zelda manga. Made in Abyss, Volume 1 by Akihito Tsukushi. Made in Abyss, Volume 2 by Akihito Tsukushi. A lot of these books came wrapped in plastic, and I haven't undone the plastic on a lot of them yet, so if they look kind of strange and shiny, that's why. Oh man. Godzilla vs. the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers by Cullen Bunn and Freddie E. Williams II. The smell of biscuits has arrived in my room upstairs. I am so excited. Made in Abyss, Volume 8 by Akihito Tsukushi. Made in Abyss, Volume 7 by Akihito Tsukushi. Inside Llewyn Davis, the screenplay by Joel and Ethan Coen, with lyrics and interview with T. Bone Burnett. Introduction by music historian Elijah Wald. I watched this movie on an airplane a long time ago, and I remember liking it. I generally like the Coen brothers, and I like Oscar Isaac. He's so sexy and but also cool. Yeah, I should rewatch this movie. The Marriage Plot by Jeffrey Eugenides. Cybersecurity Essentials by Charles J. Brooks, Christopher Groh, Philip Craig, and Donald Short. The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. A Movable Feast by Ernest Hemingway. I learned recently that people think that Ernest Hemingway had the same medical condition that Robin Williams had at the end of his life that was causing him a lot of pain and suffering, which was the Lewy body dementia, which is not something I knew before. And so Hemingway was really upset that this illness was affecting his ability to write the same way that the Lewy body dementia had started affecting Robin Williams' ability to memorize his lines and act. So it's very understandable that both of these men were quite depressed towards the end of their lives. Kafka on the Shore by Haruki Murakami. Hairstyles of the Damned by Joe Mino. Get Out by Jordan Peele. I have a former coworker who claims that he was on a business trip to LA right around the time that Get Out was about to arrive in theaters and ran into Jordan Peele in a bathroom. And as they were washing their hands at the same time, Jordan Peele turns on a dime to this guy and just goes, "Hey, watch my movie. See you later," and runs out of the bathroom. And that's one of my favorite stories that anyone's ever told me. The Main Street Rag, Volume 28, Number 1, Winter 2023. Winter 2023. Made in Abyss by Akihito Tsukushi. Brokeback Mountain, now a major motion picture from Focus Features. Story to screenplay. Story by Annie Proulx. Screenplay by Larry McMurtry and Diana Osana. Made in Abyss, Volume 3 by Akihito Tsukushi. Made in Abyss, Volume 12 by Akihito Tsukushi. Made in Abyss, Volume 6 by Akihito Tsukushi. The More Than Complete Hitchhiker's Guide by Douglas Adams, complete and unabridged. This is my dad's college copy of these books. So the 5th book in the series, Mostly Harmless, had not been published yet. So Mostly Harmless is not in here, but it is technically complete for the time. This was published in the 80s. Alcoholics Anonymous. This is the 3rd edition of the big book, The Basic Text for Alcoholics Anonymous. Aw man, it is Tuesday morning and I have coffee. The Anxiety and Worry Workbook, The Cognitive Behavioral Solution by David A. Clark, PhD, and Aaron T. Beck, MD. I've worked with my therapist through this book. I've come to believe that CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is not the solution for me. My mental health improves a lot more with DBT, dialectical behavior therapy, and ACT, which is acceptance and commitment therapy. And there should be some acceptance and commitment therapy books later on in this video. But there's some useful stuff in here. I just think I hit a wall with CBT where it helps a little bit, but then I can't get out of my own way to get it to work more. Oh, here we go. ACT. The Mindfulness and Acceptance Workbook for Anxiety, a guide to breaking free from anxiety, phobias, and worry using acceptance and commitment therapy by John P. Forsyth, PhD, and George H. Afert, PhD. I like this book a lot, so much so that I kind of am looking at it and going, I haven't read through this in a while, I should revisit this book. I probably bought this book 10 years ago and have returned to it over and over and over again and always come away with something useful and helpful. Knock 'em Dead, The Ultimate Job Search Guide by Martin Yates, CPC, New York Times bestseller. I think this is a good book. I think sometimes he has advice that's very, very good, and there is some advice in here that's outdated. Outdated depending on what kind of industry you're working in, of course. I'm in tech. With my current round of being laid off and unemployed, this book did not magically get me a job, but I do think there's useful stuff in it. DBT Skills Training, Handouts and Worksheets, 2nd edition, by Marcia M. Linehan. The Pragmatic Programmers, a common sense guide to data structures and algorithms. Level up your core programming skills, by Jay Wengrow. Edited by Brian McDonald. Morkborg! Text and Game Design by Pelle Nilsson. Graphic Design and Art by Johan, I think that's a J, Johan Nor and Dead People. This is a tabletop RPG that our friend who lives in California sent us, and we need to play it. Me and boyfriend need to get off our lazy butts and play this game. I'm excited about it. It looks cool. It should be fun. Talking River Review, Fall 2023, Issue 55. How to Understand Art by Janetta Rebel Benton. So, I bought this at the Musée d'Orsay in Paris last summer because me and boyfriend went to France for boyfriend's dad's birthday. And this is where we stayed, in the mountains near Marseille, and it was amazing. It was a good time. And now I'm home and unemployed. Freelancing for Dummies by Susan M. Drake. Tricycle, The Buddhist Review, Winter 2023. Tricycle, The Buddhist Review, Fall 2023. I Spy, Treasure Hunt, a book of picture riddles. Photographs by Walter Wick. Riddles by Jean Marzolo. I Spy, Christmas, a book of picture riddles. Photographs by Walter Wick, riddles by Jean Marzolo. I Spy, School Days, a book of picture riddles. Photographs by Walter Wick, riddles by Jean Marzolo. I Spy, Fantasy, a book of picture riddles. Photographs by Walter Wick, riddles by Jean Marzolo. I Spy, Funhouse, a book of picture riddles. Photographs by Walter Wick, riddles by Jean Marzolo. Tiger Tracks 2003 Catholic School Yearbook. Field and Stream Outdoor Survival Guide, Survival Skills You Need by T. Edward Nickens and the editors of Field and Stream. I bought some of these outdoorsy books recently because there's some rural wooded land in my family about an hour from where I live. And boyfriend and I talked about spending time out there, like camping and just being out in the woods. And we might do it if he gets a hold of his camping gear, which is in a different state right now at someone's house. We don't have the funds at the moment to buy any new gear because we're both going back to school right now. I figured I'd just read up on skills for being in the woods because that's handy stuff to know anyway. Boyfriend's a Boy Scout though, so he's already educated. So I thought all of my older friends told me that the day would come where I would want to go to bed at night and wake up in the morning early. And I didn't believe them. And now it's happening. And I wake up early and I go to bed early and I didn't think this would ever happen to me. I'm so old. Are you recording me?
I didn't mean to. I meant to mute it. So I just wanted to get a little gif of
the dog. Oh, look at him wagging his tail. Okay, cool. Field and Stream Camping Guide, Camping Skills You Need by T. Edward Nickens and the editors of Field and Stream. I guess this book used to belong to the Indian Prairie Public Library, wherever that is. I looked it up, it's in Illinois. Hunter x Hunter, Volume 2 by Yoshihiro Togashi. Reykjavik Nights by Arnaldur Indridason. Hopefully I got your name right, Arnaldur. Bought this in Iceland last summer. Hunter x Hunter, Volume 1 by Yoshihiro Togashi. This is a book of photos of kittens that I got at a 7-Eleven in Tokyo in 2017. And I don't read Japanese, so if we use my phone translation, the cover comes out to saying stuff like, "Fluffy cat, it's great, a huge collection of fluffy kitties you'll want to hug." Lily Livered by Ren Hanks. Questions about Circulation by Charles Maloney. When There Is No One and There Is Everyone by Rex Renee Leonowitz. Rex is a good friend of mine, and so this book is signed. He's a poet and an actor. This is his website. French Language Learning, Your Beginner's Guide to Easily Learn French While in Your Car or Working Out. Is this supposed... I guess maybe this came with a CD, because I don't know how I'm supposed to read a book while I'm driving or working out. Software Architecture, The Hard Parts. Modern Trade-Off Analyses for Distributed Architectures by Neil Ford, Mark Richards, Pramod Sadalage, and Zamak Dengani. I read this whole book and really liked it. I think designing software architecture is really cool and really fun. I don't claim to be like a professional at that, but it would be cool to do stuff like that someday. Modernize Your Resume, Get Noticed, Get Hired by master resume writers Wendy Enelo and Louise Kurzmark. I don't like that they call themselves master resume writers on the cover. It's like, okay, there are ways to write a good resume. Sometimes it's a lottery. We all know this, right? Like, you do your best and then you just hope for the best. Artificial Intelligence for IoT Cookbook. Over 70 recipes for building AI solutions for smart homes, industrial IoT, and smart cities by Michael Roshak. French Grammar for Beginners. Supercharge your French with essential lessons and exercises by Frédéric Bibard and Talkin' French. USA Philatelic, Spring 2024. This is the Stamp magazine from the USPS. I think I just bought enough stamps from them that they decided I was an enthusiast and started sending me this magazine because I didn't subscribe to this. We Were Made for These Times, 10 Lessons for Moving Through Change, Loss, and Disruption by Kyra Jewel Lingo. Hunter x Hunter, Volume 14 by Yoshihiro Togashi. The Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask, A Link to the Past, Legendary Edition by Akira Himakawa. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask is one of my favorite games ever. It was also my first Zelda game that I ever played. It's a good game. I like that the storylines deal with a lot of sadness and grief. It's a very melancholy game, and also had some innovative mechanics for its time, like a daily time system and things happening on a schedule in the town. And for Christmas this year, boyfriend made me a Majora's Mask. He ordered this mask 3D printed and painted it himself. Hunter x Hunter, Volume 7 by Yoshihiro Togashi, a personal journal. Rivers, a very short introduction by Nick Middleton. If you're watching at this point, I love you for joining me on this book journey. Please like this video or comment if you have something to say, or subscribe to my channel because I do plan on creating more content in the near future. Everything Data Analytics, a beginner's guide to data literacy, understanding the processes that turn data into insights by Elizabeth Clark. I was considering, after I got laid off and was struggling to find new work in software engineering, I was considering moving into data analytics because I am interested in that stuff. But I am going back to school for cybersecurity, and that's my plan that I'm sticking to. But I bought this book and I read some of it. It was really cool. Tricycle, The Buddhist Review, Spring 2024. The New Camp Cookbook, Gourmet Grub for Campers, Road Trippers, and Adventurers by Linda Lai. Photography by Will Taylor. Burpee Catalog 2024. The Linux Command Line, A Complete Introduction by William E. Schatz Jr. This sounds like really dry reading, but I actually do want to read it. I'm interested in learning more about the Linux command line and how it works behind the scenes and all the things you can do with it. Also, I've been looking for these stamps for months. They were underneath the last book. Alleluia. Thank you for coming back to me, stamps. Cracking the Coding Interview, 189 Programming Questions and Solutions, 6th edition by Gail Lockman McDowell. Highly recommend this book if you are looking for the type of job that is going to do a coding interview with you where you have to design coding, like computer code, as part of your interview process. This book will help you be able to talk smarter about programming concepts and computer science concepts, and it will also teach you how to solve these problems in an effective way for the purpose of an interview, which is different than solving them on your own with your own projects or at a work project. I really, really highly recommend this book, and I love it, and I credit it for getting me the programming jobs that I have had in the past. I Am a Cat, 3 volumes in 1 by Sosuke Natsume. The Boston Review, Imagining Global Futures. The Rust Programming Language covers Rust 2018 by Steve Klabnik and Carol Nichols, with contributions from the Rust community. Black Warrior Review, Fall Winter 2015, 42.1. The Backyard Homestead, produce all the food you need on just a quarter acre. Edited by Carlene Madigan. After the Rain, gentle reminders for healing, courage, and self-love by Alexandra L. The Pragmatic Programmer, From Journeyman to Master by Andrew Hunt and David Thomas. Foreword by Ward Cunningham. The Clean Coder, a code of conduct for professional programmers by Robert C. Martin. Foreword by Matthew Husser, software process naturalist. Designing data-intensive applications, the big ideas behind reliable, scalable, and maintainable systems by Martin Kleppman. The Doula Business Guide, 3rd edition, How to Succeed as a Birth, Postpartum, or End-of-Life Doula by Patty Brennan. Mort, a novel of Discworld by Terry Pratchett. 100 French short stories for beginners. Learn French with stories, including audiobook, French edition, by Christian Stahl. How to See by Thich Nhat Hanh. 12 Stories and a Dream by H.G. Wells from 1924. The Language of Letting Go by Melody Beattie. Thinking in Systems, a Primer by Donella H. Meadows. Edited by Diana Wright of the Sustainability Institute. Fodor's Travel, New Orleans, Easy Planning, Local Writers, Itineraries, Helpful Maps. The Mesmerist's Victim, or Andrea de Tavernet, a Historical Romance by Alex Dumas, translated from the latest Paris edition by Henry Llewellyn Williams from 1893. Uzumaki, Spiral into Horror by Junji Ito. The Godfather by Mario Puzo. Choke by Chuck Palahniuk. The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde. Introduction and Notes by Camille Cauty. East of Eden by John Steinbeck. The Girl Who Kicked the Hornet's Nest by Stieg Larsson. Dungeons & Dragons Dungeon Master's Guide Core Rulebook 2 version 3.5. Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook Core Rulebook 1 version 3.5. The Annotated Sherlock Holmes, the 4 novels and 56 short stories complete, lavishly illustrated with maps, diagrams, photographs, and drawings by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, edited with an introduction, notes, and bibliography by William S. Baring-Gould. Also, within this book, someone put The Mysterious Stranger by Mark Twain on 58 letter-sized pages of paper. The Mysterious Stranger is kind of like an unfinished Mark Twain story, and I don't know if this is the entirety of it, but 58 pages is a lot, and so I am choosing to count this as a book in its own right. Finite Mathematics plus Applied Calculus, 5th edition, by Stefan Weiner and Stephen R. Constantinople. Scalawag, Reckoning with the South, Issue 11, Winter 2017. The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. The New Annotated Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, edited with a foreword and notes by Leslie S. Klinger. Introduction by John Le Carre. The Absolute Sandman, Volume 1, by Neil Gaiman. The Absolute Sandman, Volume 2, by Neil Gaiman. The Absolute Sandman, Volume 3, by Neil Gaiman. The Absolute Sandman, Volume 4, by Neil Gaiman. My Day at the Zoo, by Sasha Jones. Just a Kid from California, by Lawrence Lindell. Coming Back, by Jesse Sabarsky. Kiss and Tell, A Romantic Resume, ages 0 to 22, by Mari Naomi. This is the book I mentioned before, where when I met Mari Naomi, I told them that I read this book when I was in my early 20s and it meant a lot to me. Introduction to Computation and Programming Using Python, with Application to Understanding Data, 2nd edition, by John V. Gutag. The 8 Gates of Zen, a Program of Zen Training, by John Dido Lurie. Start Where You Are, A Guide to Compassionate Living, by Pema Chodron. The Best American Essays 2010, edited by Christopher Hitchens. Series editor Robert Atwin. Gestalt is a collection of articles about Gestalt therapy and living, edited by John O. Stevens. Mindful Mantras, I Will Try, by Laurie Wright, illustrations by Ana Santos. Illustrated Dog Training also includes tricks. German All-in-One for Dummies, 5 books in 1. German for Dummies, German audio set for dummies, German phrases for dummies, intermediate German for dummies, German essentials for dummies. Companion CD allows for more practice speaking the language. And hey, I've been to that arch. Heads in Beds, a reckless memoir of hotels, hustles, and so-called hospitality, by Jacob Tomsky. Coraline by Neil Gaiman, with illustrations by Dev McKean. You know, there's been a lot of Neil Gaiman in this book collection, but for what it's worth, I've always thought the guy was a little overrated. My personal take. From the Mixed Up Files of Mrs. Basil E. Frankweiler, by E.L. Konigsberg. Love, 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 love this book. I loved it as a kid. I loved it revisiting it as an adult. I think sometimes children's literature skews too heavily toward fantasy. But when I was a kid, I really liked books like these about real kids in the real world. Philosophical Remarks by Ludwig Wittgenstein. So we're back to Wittgenstein, and I want to say while doing research for my undergraduate thesis, which was on Gödel's incompleteness theorems, the history of which does intersect with Ludwig Wittgenstein's life. While researching for that thesis, I came across a book of letters of Wittgenstein's, and I remember this one passage, and I might not quote it exactly because I read this a decade ago and I haven't looked at it since, but it's something like, he sends a letter to somebody, I don't remember who, and he says, I pass my days going on walks, solving math problems, whistling, and being depressed. And boy, what a summary of a life. Against Fear by Daniel Shively, Indiana, Pennsylvania, 1968. A New Testament Bible in French from Quebec. Paulo Coelho, manuscript found in Accra, uncorrected proof. Self-Journal, a powerful yet simple daily planner to help you optimize your day, tackle your goals, and be happier. Created by Best Self. To the Lighthouse by Virginia Woolf, with an introduction by Eudora Welty. Sick and Tired of Feeling Sick and Tired, Living with Invisible Chronic Illness, by Paul J. Donahue, PhD, and Mary E. Seigel, PhD. The Seventh Tower, Aenir, by Garth Nix. I did always mean to revisit this book series. My memories of it was that it was awesome. A second copy of Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Introduction by Priscilla Meyer. Translated by Constance Garnett. Revised throughout by Julia Salkovskaya and Nicholas Rice. What the Buddha Taught, revised and expanded edition with texts from Suttas and Dhammapada by Walpola Rahula. Forward by Paul Demieville. This is one of the earliest books I read about Buddhism, and it does a good job outlining the core beliefs without going too in-depth into any of those beliefs, but just giving kind of the lay of the land of what Buddhism is and what the Buddha taught, as the title says. I've probably considered myself a Buddhist ever since I read this book, and that was in 2012. Can You Remember? An anthology about childhood. This is an anthology of student writing that I made in undergrad for a creative writing project. Sailor Moon Stars, Volume 2, by Naoko Takeuchi. Sailor Moon Stars Volume 1 by Naoko Takeuchi. Sailor Moon Stars Volume 3 by Naoko Takeuchi. Wittgenstein's Poker, the story of a 10-minute argument between two great philosophers by David Edmonds and John Adenauer. A lot of Wittgenstein in my library, apparently. Waiting for Godot, a tragicomedy in 2 acts by Samuel Beckett. A second copy of Me Talk Pretty One Day by David Sedaris. This one is signed with a little snail. The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. My favorite passage from this book is this one. And could you keep your heart in wonder at the daily miracles of your life, your pain would not seem less wondrous than your joy, and you would accept the seasons of your heart, even as you have always accepted the seasons that pass over your fields, and you would watch with serenity through the winters of your grief. Shoe Dog, a memoir by the creator of Nike by Phil Knight. A second copy of This Road to Nowhere by me. The Tapping Solution, a revolutionary system for stress-free living by Nick Ortner. Forward by Mark Hyman, MD. Death Joke Volume 3 by Kaito Amano and Hiro Sakano. This is a Death Note parody manga that I got in Paris, so it's in French. I'm not sure if this cover needs to be censored, but I'm going to play it safe. Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, the manga. Barron's Japanese Grammar, 2nd edition, by Carol and Nobuo Akiyama. Flaubert's Parrot, by Julian Barnes. No plot, no problem. A low-stress, high-velocity guide to writing a novel in 30 days by Chris Beatty, founder of the National Novel Writing Month. My dad got me this book when I was in high school, but I never really got into NaNoWriMo. I think because I kind of just had a writing process already established for myself before I had even heard of it. But I think for a lot of people it's an awesome thing. It's so cool that, like, you know, people just decide to write a book, and it doesn't matter, you know, whether that book goes anywhere publication wise. People want it to, but there's something just great about, like, yeah, I wrote an entire book's worth of words and it forms a story. That's so awesome. The Chronicles of Narnia, The Silver Chair by C.S. Lewis. The Chronicles of Narnia, The Horse and His Boy by C.S. Lewis. The Golden Compass, His Dark Materials, Book 1 by Philip Pullman. These books are great. Voluntary Madness, Lost and Found in the Mental Health Care System by Nora Vincent. Waking Up Screaming by H.P. Lovecraft. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the Third, The Wide Window by Lemony Snicket. Only Revolutions by Mark Z. Danielewski. This book, you can read it from both sides, and together the two tales from either side of the book form a cohesive, full narrative. Library of Congress Subject Headings, Principles and Application, 4th edition by Lois Mai Chan. We Should All Be Feminists by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Atonement by Ian McEwan. Great book, great movie. The scene in the top image on this book cover is this very long take scene in this movie that I absolutely love. The Wisdom of Insecurity, A Message for an Age of Anxiety by Alan W. Watts. Greenhorns, The Next Generation of American Farmers, 50 Dispatches from the New Farmers Movement, edited by Zoe Ida Bradbury, Severine von Charner Fleming, and Paula Manalo. When Things Fall Apart, Heart Advice for Difficult Times by Pema Chodron. I like this paragraph. Can't we just return to the bare bones? Can't we just come back? That's the beginning of the beginning. Bare bones, good old self. Bare bones, good old bloody finger. Come back to square one, just the minimum bare bones. Relaxing with the present moment, relaxing with hopelessness, relaxing with death, not resisting the fact that things end, that things pass, that things have no lasting substance, that everything is changing all the time. That is the basic message. The Zen teaching of Huang Po in The Transmission of Mind, translated by John Blofeld. Lonely Planet, Korea, 110 maps, detailed and easy to use, includes coverage of North Korea. Despite owning this book, I've never been to Korea. Chronicle of a Death Foretold by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Linear Algebra and Its Applications, Update, 3rd edition by David C. Lay. Introduction to Algorithms, 3rd edition by Thomas H. Corman, Charles E. Liserson, Ronald L. Rivest, and Clifford Stein. Boulevard, 30th anniversary issue. Weird in a world that's not. A career guide for misfits, f***ups, and failures by Jennifer Romolini. This book really helped me when I was leaving a period of being disabled by a health condition and going back to work in a new type of work in software engineering. This book helped me feel better about myself as someone who can do a job. If you're like me and you have that nagging feeling of like, I don't even deserve to be paid to do stuff because I'm incompetent or I'm weird or I'm strange and don't belong in offices, I highly recommend this book. The Complete Poems of Emily Dickinson, edited by Thomas H. Johnson. La Nuit de l'Apocalypse by Daniel Easterman. His Dark Materials, Book 3, The Amber Spyglass by Philip Pullman. Will Our Love Last? A Couple's Roadmap by Sam R. Hamburg, PhD. Life of Pi by Jan Martel. Letting Go of Good. Dispel the Myth of Goodness to Find Your Genuine Self by Andrea Matthews. Forward by Thomas More. I like this book. It's not about not being a good person. It's about letting go of maladapted beliefs about what it means to be a good person, like a compulsive goodness where you aren't even looking out for yourself anymore. Exploring Careers in Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics by Lucy K. Zotto and Robert Osgood. I think I just heard boyfriend's car pull up. He started a new job today. Let's see if he comes inside. Let's see if it's him. Maybe it's not him. I was wrong. Ableton Live 11 Reference Manual. Yes, this is the gigantic tome of the user manual for Ableton Live 11. I make music. I don't claim to be particularly good at it, but I enjoy making music. I can't sing, so I make music with everything else. I started making music after the musician Sophie died. Sophie fell from a rooftop while trying to take a photo of the moon, and Sophie's music really meant a lot to me. And so after that happened, I was so sad, and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna make music. I don't care if it's terrible at first or forever. I want to make music. I've wanted to do it for a long time and told myself I can't do it because I can't sing and haven't had any musical training. So I use software synths and hardware synths and noises that I record and make music. Some of it's on this channel. More will be on this channel eventually. Practical Cybersecurity Architecture, a guide to creating and implementing robust designs for cybersecurity architects by Ed Moyle and Diana Kelly. I should read this. I want to read this. I find architecture to be so fun. I Spy Mystery, a book of picture riddles, photographs by Walter Wick, riddles by Gene Marzolo. Making Music, 74 Creative Strategies for Electronic Music Producers. This has been on my shelf forever. I just need to read it. Music Theory for Electronic Music Producers. The Producer's Guide to Harmony, Chord Progressions, and Song Structure in the MIDI Grid by J. Anthony Allen, PhD, with a Harry Potter trading card as a bookmark. That card is Chocolate Frogs. The Secrets of Dance Music Production, Curbside by Robert Kirby. So there's a story here. This was my dad's book. This was among his collection of gay literature, which he bought a lot of when he first came out of the closet in the early 2000s. So this is a comic book collection from, I think it was published in the 90s, and he probably bought it in like 2002. So when my dad died, I grabbed a bunch of his books that seemed interesting to me and incorporated them into my library. So then last year, my friend, who is a comics artist, was doing a table at the Small Press Expo in Washington, D.C. And I agreed to go with her to just be an assistant and help out and have a fun time and look at comics and buy comics and meet other artists and stuff. So I was looking at the list of like bigger names that were going to be there, like special guests, and Rob Kirby was on that list. And I saw that name, and I looked at it, and I said, that sounds so familiar, but I can't place it. And so I checked my bookshelves, and I found this book, and I realized that it was one of my dad's. And so when I went to SPX, I approached Rob Kirby eventually when he was at his table, and I showed him this book, and I said, this was my dad's way back when this was first published. And, you know, he's no longer with us, but it was one of his books, and he was a fan of yours all those years ago. And Rob Kirby, like, cried. He teared up, for real, and was just like, I haven't seen this book in so long. It was my first book. I've come so far since then. And he thanked me for bringing it to him, and then signed it in memory of my father. And that whole interaction meant so much to me that, you know, my dad's love of this book and, you know, other, you know, gay literature, gay comics, that kind of stuff, all these years in the future was able to affect one of those artists and make them feel appreciated. By the way, my friend that I went to SPX with is Ria Garcia. She's a visual artist and a comics artist, and you can find her products and art at riagarcia.com. The Letters of Sylvia Plath, Volume 1, 1940 through 1956, edited by Peter K. Steinberg and Karen V. Kukul, 1,388 pages. Steven Universe, Art and Origins, written by Chris McDonnell, foreword by Rebecca Sugar, introduction by Jendi Tartakovsky. Oh, I know who Jendi Tartakovsky is. Hang on. Hang on. I know who that is. Yeah, he's the Samurai Jack guy in Dexter's Lab. Great. Awesome. Yeah, I'm a fan of Steven Universe, even though I haven't watched the entire series. It's such a great show. Highly recommend. The Collected Poems by Sylvia Plath, edited and with an introduction by Ted Hughes, her husband, for those who don't know. But their relationship was complicated. I don't even think they were living together when she died. Invader Zim, the comics, Book 1, Tastes Like Nightmares. I haven't gotten around to reading this. I just need to read it. I love Invader Zim. Adventure Time, The Art of Ooh by Chris McDonnell. Oh, we know him from the Steven Universe book. Introduction by Guillermo del Toro. Awesome. Nicktoons, Text and Interviews by Jerry Beck. Designed by Nickelodeon Brand Group. This is a big book of Nicktoons, up to the year that this book came out, which I'm not sure when that was as a cutoff point. I think I've had this for at least 10 years. So At least Nicktoons, probably to around 2014. The cover used to have like green liquid inside the plastic that would shift around, but it looks like it's all dried up now. Meta Magical Themas, questing for the essence of mind and pattern, an interlocked collection of literary, scientific, and artistic studies by Douglas R. Hofstadter. Hofstadter is a force to be reckoned with. He writes these huge books that just dive into all these different concepts and ties them together. I've never finished one of his books, and I'm kind of upset that I never have. I need to finish this, or Gödel Escher Bach, which is the other book of his that I own that I think is my dad's copy of that book. I might have one more of his, but I think it might be just these two. Flow by Mihaly C. He has a last name that isn't just C, but I know I'm not going to be able to pronounce it correctly, and I don't want to. I feel like the respectful thing is to just admit that I can't pronounce his name and call him Mihaly C. My attempt to pronounce this would be a travesty. Japanese Death Poems, written by Zen monks and haiku poets on the verge of death, compiled with an introduction by Yoel Hoffman. Here's a poem by Hoshin. Coming, all is clear, no doubt about it. Going, all is clear, without a doubt. What then is it all? The Dachshund, free training DVD inside, by Susan M. Ewing, with Wayne Hunthausen, DVM, consulting veterinary editor. The Complete Persepolis, by Marjane Satrapi. If you haven't read this, read it. If you haven't seen the movie, watch it. The Sagas of the Icelanders, with a preface by Jane Smiley. I have picked up this book, I think, 3 times and read 50 pages and then stopped, and I really want to read it all because it seems super cool, but it's also quite a hefty tome. So it's maybe not. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, illustrated in color by Bessie Peace Gutman. I've had this copy of Alice since I was a very small child. The Everything Investing Book, 3rd edition, by Michelle Kagan, CPA. Arabic for Dummies, by Amin Bouchentouf. Idiot's Guides, As Easy as It Gets, Dog Training, by Liz Palika. Ring, by Koji Suzuki, translated by Robert B. Romer and Glenn Wally. So this is the book. This is Ring, which eventually gave us in the United States The Ring. It was published in 2003. Oh no. Oh, originally published in Japan in 1991. There we go. A World Without Time, The Forgotten Legacy of Gödel and Einstein, by Palle Yorgrau. Countdown, The Race for Beautiful Solutions at the International Mathematical Olympiad, by Steve Olson. Letters on Life, New Prose Translations, by Rainer Maria Rilke. Edited and translated by Ulrich Baer. Originally published as The Poet's Guide to Life. Here's a passage that I had marked some years ago. Among lonely people, there is not a single one who can be sure that in his suffering he might not yet console someone else, and that the gestures of his most personal helplessness, like so many cues and signals, might not serve as signs guiding the way in the realm of the unfathomable. Estonian Passport, except this is not a passport, it is a tiny book about Estonia that was given to me by an Estonian fellow who lived with me for a while some years ago. Trinity, A Graphic History of the First Atomic Bomb, by Jonathan Fetter-Vorm. 100 Years of Solitude, by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. The Poetry of Rilke, translated and edited by Edward Snow. Introduction by Adam Zagajewski. My last semester of college, when I was absolutely terrified of what life had in store for me after college was over, I was working a lot at school. I had a job on campus and I had a lot of coursework, and it was a very busy time. And pretty much that entire semester, every single night, I would read a couple poems from this book to myself before going to bed. It was like my soothing thing during that semester. Here's one that really resonated with me to the point that I have a couple lines from it tattooed on me. God talks to each of us as he creates us, then walks with us silently out of night. But the words spoken to us before we start, those cloudy words are these. Sent forth by your senses, go to the very edge of your desire. Invest me. Back behind the things grow as fire, so that their shadows lengthened will always and completely cover me. Let everything happen to you, beauty and terror. Only press on. No feeling is final. Don't let yourself be cut off from me. Nearby is that country known as life. You will recognize it by its seriousness. Give me your hand. Another Quran, a new translation by M.A.S. Abdul Halim. Flatland, a romance of many dimensions by Edwin A. Abbott. Japanese street slang by Peter Constantine, completely revised and updated. Dubliners by James Joyce, with an introduction by Brenda Maddox. A Life in Stitches, knitting my way through love, loss, and laughter by Rachel Herron. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. My dad always said this was his favorite Dickens novel. Computer Architecture and Parallel Processing by Kai Huang and Faye A. Briggs. The Antichrist by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated and with an introduction by H.L. Mencken. The Road to Wigan Pier by George Orwell. My memory is that this is a very astute assessment of sociological and political conditions of working class British people in like the early 20th century. George Orwell was a smart guy. Vineland by Thomas Pynchon. I find Pynchon impossible to read. I should try again eventually someday, but up to this point, I just can't. I can't work with his writing. It's too dense. It's too something. Their Eyes Were Watching God by Zora Neale Hurston. Spiral by Koji Suzuki, translated by Glenn Wally. This is the sequel to Ring. French or Foe, Getting the Most Out of Visiting, Living, and Working in France by Polly Platt. It looks like this book used to belong to the Governor Dummer Academy in Byfield, Massachusetts, which I looked up and is apparently the oldest boarding school in all of New England. The Elegance of the Hedgehog by Muriel Barbary. I just woke up and I have a terrible headache. I hate waking up with a headache. It's one of the worst things ever. It's like I didn't even get to enjoy half my day before this headache started. Also, we're dealing with Tropical Storm Debbie coming through. It is raining. And apparently we had a tornado warning in the middle of the night that me and boyfriend both slept through completely. So, I gotta go to the pharmacy today, so hopefully I'm able to do that. Does Not Love by James Tad Adcox. Advanced reader copy. Guinea Pigs, a complete pet owner's manual with a special section, Activities for your guinea pig. Harriet Wolf's Seventh Book of Wonders by Juliana Baggett. Little House on the Prairie by Laura Ingalls Wilder, illustrated by Garth Williams. Two things. One, I really want to revisit Little House on the Prairie. I want to revisit these books. I don't know what it is, I just have felt this urge to do it. And second of all, I learned recently that Laura Ingalls Wilder was an avowed libertarian, which I find fascinating. And cool, like it makes sense given her lifestyle and her upbringing. But like, she was passionately libertarian for like her entire adult life. An Introduction to Analysis, 2nd edition, by James R. Kirkwood. This is the most advanced math class that I took in undergrad. It was a good time, but it's a challenge. It's good stuff. Conscious Loving, The Journey to Co-Commitment, A Way to Be Fully Together Without Giving Up Yourself, by Gay Hendricks, PhD, and Kathleen Hendricks, PhD. Forward by John Bradshaw. The Courage to Be Yourself, A Woman's Guide to Growing Beyond Emotional Dependence, Revised Edition, by Sue Patton Tholey. Forward by Dr. Louise Hart. A second copy of The Dialectical Behavior Therapy Diary, Monitoring Your Emotional Regulation Day by Day, by Matthew McKay, PhD, and Jeffrey C. Wood, PsyD. Memoirs of a Geisha, by Arthur Golden. Notes from No Man's Land, American Essays, by Eula Biss. Howl and Other Poems, by Allen Ginsberg. Introduction, by William Carlos Williams. The Subtle Knife, His Dark Materials, Book 2, by Philip Pullman. Revolutionary Road, by Richard Yates. I first read this book while trying to decide if I was going to break up with my first boyfriend. I did break up with him. Tao Te Ching, A New English Version, by Stephen Mitchell. I reread this book, it's very short, right after taking the photographs for this video. Quality work this is. If you have an interest in Eastern philosophy, it's a good read. Here's a part of it that I liked. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. Dispatches, by Michael Herr. The Search for the Giant Squid, the Biology and Mythology of the World's Most Elusive Sea Creature, by Richard Ellis. I specifically remember I bought this book at a used book sale in a church in Montreal. For people who are familiar with Montreal, by the way, I lived in the Plateau when I was there, right by Parc La Fontaine, and it was great. That park will forever live in my mind as a paradise. Isobel and Emile, by Alan Reed. Alan was my friend in Montreal. We've lost touch though. Signed, A Waking Dream, a novella, by Catherine Evans. Catherine was in this video earlier, and I failed to mention that she's a friend of mine also, and hence this is signed. Rilke on Love and Other Difficulties, by Rainer Maria Rilke. Translations and Considerations, by John J.L. Mood. Japanese for Dummies, by Eriko Sato, PhD. Far from the Tree, Parents, Children, and the Search for Identity, by Andrew Solomon. This is the Noonday Demon guy. This is another very well-researched, thorough, big ol' book. It's good. Sailor Moon Supers, Volume 2, by Naoko Takeuchi. Sailor Moon Supers, Volume 1, by Naoko Takeuchi. This was the first volume of Sailor Moon manga I ever bought, and I remember it because I remember holding it in my hand on the drive with my mom back from the bookstore, and I was so excited. I could not wait to start reading it. I did not understand that Supers comes much later in the Sailor Moon chronology and that this was not the beginning of the series. Sailor Moon, Volume 7, by Naoko Takeuchi. Sailor Moon, Volume 9, by Naoko Takeuchi. Sailor Moon, Volume 5, by Naoko Takeuchi. Oh, this cover art is so nostalgic for me, I love it. Sailor Moon, Volume 11, by Naoko Takeuchi. Collins, Robert, French-English, English-French Dictionary, New Edition. Canada's best-selling French-English dictionary. Sailor Moon Supers, Volume 4, by Naoko Takeuchi. Sailor Moon Volume 6 by Naoko Takeuchi. Sailor Moon Supers Volume 3 by Naoko Takeuchi. So I think this is the volume that contains my favorite chapter in all of manga. I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to spoil things if you end up reading it someday. It's best to go into it not anticipating it. It's just very beautifully done. But there's an image of Sailor Saturn from that chapter that some years ago, oh gosh, I guess it maybe was like the summer of 2011? No, summer of 2010, maybe. Me and my dad went to New York City, and we went to the Natural Science Museum, or the Museum of Natural Science, and there's a subway station right there. And so we did the museum, we left, and we get on the subway, and we're riding the subway, and there's a woman like really close to us on the subway wearing a dress, and so you can see her calves, and she has a tattoo on the front of her calf of this image of Sailor Saturn that I immediately recognize as being from this chapter from this manga that I love. And so I kind of got her attention. I said, I love your tattoo, that's Sailor Saturn, right? And she goes, oh yeah, thank you. And then she said to me, she says like, oh, you know, my friends think it's silly. And I said, no way. That tattoo is awesome, and you should know that it's awesome. I think it's awesome. Don't listen to your friends. And then years and years later, I got my own Sailor Saturn tattoo because she's my favorite. I hope that woman is out there somewhere still feeling confident in her tattoo because some random stranger on the subway told her it was awesome and that her friends were being mean. Oh, look. I went through some old photos and I found the tattoo that I saw on the subway. She let me take a photo of it. So here it is. Whoever this person is, whoever's tattoo this is, I hope you're having a great life. Your tattoo is awesome and is probably a big part of why I started getting tattoos because I loved it so much. Guttle's Proof by Ernest Nagel and James R. Newman. Edited and with a new foreword by Douglas R. Hofstetter. Staring at the Sun, Overcoming the Terror of Death by Irvin D. Yalom. Spells for Good Times by Lauren White. Things I Wish I Knew Before My Mom Died. Coping with Loss Every Day by Ty Alexander. The Bedford Handbook, 7th edition by Diana Hacker. This was my student's textbook when I was a TA. Things Might Go Terribly, Horribly Wrong. A Guide to Life Liberated from Anxiety by Kelly G. Wilson, PhD, and Troy Dufresne. Guide to Self-Publishing 2015 Revised Edition by Bob Meyer, Claire Bateman, and Alicia Cat Vansel. Madeline by Ludwig Bemelmans. Oh, how do you even say that? Bemelmans? Okay. By Ludwig Bemelmans. Madeline and the Bad Hat by Ludwig Bemelmans. Cataloging and Classification and Introduction, 3rd edition by Lois Mai Chan. This class that this textbook was for at McGill in the library science program was the driest, most boring thing I have ever experienced, and the class was 3 hours long every time it met. I think I just had my laptop and played games. The professor had no, I mean the subject material is already very boring unless you work to make it not boring, and that professor did not know how to make it not boring. A French textbook by J. Pêcheur and J. Girardet. This was from when I took French classes in Montreal. Another French textbook from the same class, same authors, J. Girardet and J. Pêcheur, though they're credited in a different order this time, and I wonder what that's about. Vocabulaire progressif de français, niveau intermédiaire avec Oh, do I know my numbers? 250 exercices by Claire Leroy Miquel and Anne Goliolete. The Little Book of the Icelanders by Alda Sigmundsdóttir. Dansu 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 by Haruki Murakami. I bought this in Tokyo. I walked into a bookstore and looked at the guy, the clerk, and just said, Murakami. And he goes, oh, yeah. And like leads me down the aisle to the Murakami section. And I was just like, here you go. And I bought this and another one that's coming up next. Suputoniku no Koibito by Haruki Murakami. Or, well, I guess in Japanese, Murakami Haruki. This translates to Sputnik Sweetheart in English. Boyfriend has appeared! Hi, boyfriend!
Look at all these books.
Look at all the books!
So many fucking books.
So many frickety-doo-dah books.
Hey, I realized something.
What?
This isn't related to books.
Are you okay that you're being recorded? Do you want me to stop? Yeah, okay. Absolutely on music. Conversations with Seiji Ozawa by Haruki Murakami. Look at these two guys. Look at them. The Seventh Tower, Castle by Garth Nix. The Adventures of Wishbone, Digging Up the Past by Vivian Sartre. Inspired by Rip Van Winkle by Washington Irving. Stargirl by Jerry Spinelli. Culture Smart, The Essential Guide to Customs and Culture, Korea. I bought this book right after college when I had no idea what to do and was like, I'm going to go teach English in Korea. And this was a plan that I expressed to many people who all were like excited for me, but looking back, it's like it was never going to happen. I didn't have the state of mind to be able to go to a foreign country and teach English. I just wasn't well enough or confident enough or adventurous enough at that time. And the only remnant of that dream is this book. Lonely Planet, Tokyo, pull-out map, top sites in full detail, 100% researched and updated. This was my guidebook when I went to Tokyo in 2017. That was a fun trip. So many stories even though I was only there for 1 week. Maybe I'll make a video about that sometime. The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon by Stephen King. A very often forgotten about King novel that's quite short compared to his usual writing. I like this one a lot. I haven't revisited it in a long time, but I remember liking it. It's about a girl lost in the woods, but it's King, so he gets really creative with it. How Your House Works. Expanded and updated 3rd edition. A Visual Guide to Understanding and Maintaining Your Home by Charlie Wing. I should revisit this book because I am a homeowner and I try to fix a lot of stuff myself to save money, and also because it can be hard to find people to come out to do small tasks. This book helped me change the, I'm gonna forget the technical word for it, the inflow valve of a toilet by myself, which isn't that hard to do, but if you've never done it before, you're like, how do toilets work? Words Without Music by Philip Glass. I forgot I have this. I should read it. I love Glass. He's amazing. Love his music. Brave Enough by Cheryl Strayed. Signed, The Dog Knight, written by Jeremy Whitley. Art by Brie Indigo. Colors by Melissa Capriglione. I met Jeremy Whitley and he signed this. The Path is the Goal, a basic handbook of Buddhist meditation by Chogyam Trungpa. Practice and Theory of Tibetan Buddhism by Geshe Lundhup Sopa and Jeffrey Hopkins, with a foreword by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Kafka on the Shore by Haruki Murakami. Second copy of this. None Dare Call It Treason by John A. Stormer. This is a anti-communist book from the 60s. Looks like you can buy it from the American Opinion Library in Earhart, South Carolina. 1Q84 by Haruki Murakami. So, I don't know how many people know this. 1Q84 makes no sense in English. In Japanese, Q means 9. So it is 1984. It's a Japanese pun. It doesn't translate at all. There's a fact for you. House of Leaves by Mark Z. Danielewski. This is the book. I loved this book. I basically worshipped this book in high school. It changed what literature was for me. It scared me and fascinated me. This book is just read it. It's interesting. It's artistic. I'm stumbling over my words because it's hard for me to describe that. Like, this book is like in my soul at this point in my life, and I haven't even read it in a long time, but it was a good discovery, and it was through my dad. Like, my dad read about it, and he was like, hey, you read this book. So, thanks, Dad. The Importance of Being Earnest and Other Plays by Oscar Wilde. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix by J.K. Rowling. The one where Harry gets real whiny. Topological Vector Spaces and Distributions by John Horvath. Heck yes! Hamlet by William Shakespeare. The Power and the Glory by Graham Greene. Introduction by John Updike. The Art of Conversation. A Guided Tour of a Neglected Pleasure by Catherine Blythe. A Selection of Poems by E. Cummings with an introduction by Horace Gregory. My Brilliant Friend. Book 1 of the Neapolitan novels by Elena Ferrante. Let's Explore Diabetes with Owls. Essays, etc. by David Sedaris. So this is signed, but there's a story. This is the story of when David Sedaris gave me a butterscotch pudding cup. I had bought my dad and I tickets to go see David Sedaris. And my dad died before the show. And so I took my father's partner that he left behind in the living world with me instead. And we watched David Sedaris talk and be funny and read from his books and all that good stuff. It was great. And then we lined up to meet him after the show. And I get to his table and I say, David Sedaris, I have a story for you. And I was supposed to be here with my dad today, but he passed away. And so Mr. Sedaris gave me 2 butterscotch pudding cups with spoons, one for each of us. And then he signed my books. And he signed this one. He signed this one to me with the note, let's celebrate life in town that I was living in at the time. Writing a Unix Device Driver by Janet I. Egan and Thomas J. Teixeira? Hopefully I pronounced that right. The Unified Modeling Language User Guide. The ultimate tutorial to the UML from the original designers. By Grady Bush, James Rumbaugh, and Ivor Jacobson. Sifting through the madness for the word, the line, the way. New Poems by Charles Bukowski. Post Office. A novel by Charles Bukowski. Look at the Birdie. Unpublished short fiction by Kurt Vonnegut. Such a Life by Lee Martin. Signed. A First Course in Probability, 9th edition by Sheldon Ross. I could not get through this book. I am so bad at probability. My brain does not know how to compute probability at all. I'm just a failure at it. The Mindfulness and Acceptance Workbook for Depression, Using Acceptance and Commitment Therapy to Move Through Depression and Create a Life Worth Living by Kirk D. Stroessel, PhD, and Patricia J. Robinson, PhD. Forward by Stephen C. Haynes, PhD. Watchmen by Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons. Ward Number 6 and Other Stories, 1892 through 1895 by Anton Chekhov. Teachings of the Buddha, edited by Jack Cornfield. Metaphorsis by Yuhan Chao. Writing Analytically, 6th edition by David Rosenwasser and Jill Stephen. Great Short Works of Fyodor Dostoevsky. Selected Letters, 1902 through 1926 by Rainer Maria Rilke, with an introduction by John Bailey. Brown Bear, What Do You See? By Bill Martin Jr. and Eric Carle. The Very Quiet Cricket by Eric Carle. And yes, these are my childhood storybooks. This one had a little microphone, like a little speaker in the back, where if you open the final page, you'd hear crickets chirping. I tested it out, it no longer works. The Tiny Seed by Eric Carle. A House for a Hermit Crab by Eric Carle. Tiger Tracks Yearbook 2001. L'Alchimiste by Paulo Coelho. Chakra Healing, A Beginner's Guide to Self-Healing Techniques That Balance the Chakras by Margarita Alcantara. The Crystal Witch, The Magical Way to Calm and Heal the Body, Mind, and Spirit by Sean Robbins and Liana Greenaway. This is a beautiful book in terms of design. The inside looks great. This cover with the gradient and the art, and it's got a texture to it. It's interesting. It's a very beautiful book. Creating Money, Attracting Abundance by Sanaya Roman and Dwayne Packer. I never actually did read this, so if it does have the secret to money, I am not aware of what that secret is at this time. Animal Reiki, Using Energy to Heal the Animals in Your Life by Elizabeth Fulton and Kathleen Prasad. Logical Deduction Puzzles, an official Mensa puzzle book by George J. Summers. I have not taken an official IQ test in my life, but I've taken like online IQ tests, and I've never really tested in the Mensa range. And I don't like that. I want to. I want to be in Mensa. I want people to know I'm smart. Not as much as I used to, but when I was a teenager, like senior year in high school, I wanted to be in Mensa because at that time in my life, my top priority was both being and seeming smart. 1,000 Splendid Suns by Khaled Hosseini. Wicca for One, The Path of Solitary Witchcraft by Raymond Buckland. Fushigi Yugi, The Mysterious Play, Volume 4, Bandit by Yu Watase. Fushigi Yugi, The Mysterious Play, Volume 5, Rival by Yu Watase. Wishbone Mysteries, The Treasure of Skeleton Reef by Brad Strickland and Thomas E. Fuller. Time and the Art of Living by Robert Grudin. A Clinician's Guide to Treating OCD, The Most Effective CBT Approaches for Obsessive Compulsive Disorder by Jan van Nykirk, PhD. Forward by Christine Purdon, PhD. I bought this book around the time that I had an assessment with an OCD specialist who lives near me, and his verdict after talking to me for a session was that I'm kind of on the borderline of OCD. He didn't see me as a clear-cut, yes, this is your struggle, this is your big problem, but I have some behaviors and traits and struggles that are very OCD-like, to the point that he can't just dismiss it, no, this doesn't apply to you at all. I ended up not, he offered, I'll see you, we can see each other for specialized treatment, which was mostly CBT focused, and he said that he's been doing this long enough that he can tell pretty quickly if it's a good fit or not, or if it's working the way it's supposed to or not. And I eventually decided not to. If I remember correctly, my insurance wasn't going to pay for it, so it was going to be expensive. And I don't have a lot of faith in CBT for myself. But this book was interesting. You know, OCD is a tricky disorder. And there are times where I feel like OCD describes things that I'm experiencing, and there are times where I feel like a long time goes by where I just have like generalized anxiety and OCD isn't really part of the picture. The Adventures of Wishbone, The Prince and the Pooch by Caroline Leavitt, inspired by The Prince and the Pauper by Mark Twain. Wish, Volume 1 by Clamp. The Great Gilly Hopkins by Catherine Patterson. The Psychology of Zelda, Linking Our World to the Legend of Zelda series, edited by Anthony M. Bean, PhD. Promise Me, Dad, A Year of Hope, Hardship, and Purpose by Joe Biden. The Phoenix Cards, Reading and Interpreting Past Life Influences with the Phoenix Deck by Susan Shepard, illustrated by Tony Taylor. Breakfast of Champions by Kurt Vonnegut. Sunbeams, A Book of Quotations, revised edition, edited by Cy Safransky. The Unitarian Universalist Pocket Guide, edited by Reverend Peter Morales, foreword by Melissa Harris Perry. Scientology, A New Slant on Life, spiritual knowledge that opens the door to the life you want to live by L. Ron Hubbard. The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky, introduction and notes by Mayor Janis, translated by Constance Garnett. Solitary Witch, The Ultimate Book of Shadows for the New Generation by Silver Ravenwolf. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the Fourth, The Miserable Mill by Lemony Snicket. A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book the 13th, The End by Lemony Snicket. Harry Potter et la Coupe de Feu by J.K. Rowling, traduit de l'anglais par Jean-François Menard. So he translated it. I didn't note the translator of the other books. Let me check those real quick. Okay, our friend here, Jean-Francois, translated the other French Harry Potter books I have too. Sorry, I didn't know you earlier, Jean-Francois. Rainer Maria Rilke's Book of Hours, Love Poems to God, translated by Anita Barrows and Joanna Macy, with a new introduction by the translators. Esperanza Rising by Pam Munoz Ryan, a Hello Kitty notebook. You Can Heal Your Life by Louise L. Hay. The Stranger in the Woods, The Extraordinary Story of the Last True Hermit by Michael Finkel. The Courage Habit, How to Accept Your Fears, Release the Past, and Live Your Courageous Life by Kate Swoboda, foreword by Barry Tesler. The Book of Images by Rainer Maria Rilke, bilingual edition, translated by Edward Snow, newly revised. The Simple Solution to Rubik's Cube, the easy 5-step method guaranteed to solve all cubes, the sensation that's amazing the world by James G. Norse. I bought this at a used bookstore many years ago, and I told myself that I would read it and study it and be a person who can solve a Rubik's Cube, and that one day I would be able to do that at a party and I would impress people. And I never read the book and I never learned how to do it. The end. The Portable Young, edited by Joseph Campbell. Conflit de Famille by Alison Lurie, traduit de l'anglais by Marie-Claude Pougiot. So that's the translator. So this book was interesting. I found this in Parc La Fontaine in Montreal on a park bench. And it was only later that I opened it and saw this note that said, Événement, Facebook, oublie un livre quelque part, 7 septembre 2014. So this says, Facebook event, leave a book somewhere or forget a book somewhere. So this person forgot this book on a park bench and I found it. Great Short Stories of the Masters, edited with an introduction by Charles Nider. A second copy of Nests and Wings, Paris, the novel, by Edward Rutherford. Learning Python, 5th edition by Mark Lutz. When I first thought that maybe I would get into software engineering and become a software engineer, I bought this book thinking I would learn stuff. And this book is 1,540 pages long, and I was very intimidated by it, and it sat on my coffee table for 6 months with me not even looking at it or touching it or reading it because I was so intimidated. Eventually I did figure out how to write software, but I never actually read this book. I ended up taking a class. The Universe in a Nutshell by Stephen Hawking. The Dialectical Behavior Therapy Skills Workbook. Practical DBT exercises for learning mindfulness, interpersonal effectiveness, emotion regulation, and distress tolerance. By Matthew McKay, PhD, Jeffrey C. Wood, PsyD, and Jeffrey Brantley, MD. And for the life of me, I cannot remember if we've already seen this one. This is a duplicate. So that's just going to be a mystery. Until someone watches this video and backtracks and finds that I did already list another copy of this book. Applications of Social Research Methods to Questions and Information in Library Science by Barbara M. Wildmoth. My biggest regret about dropping out of library school before finishing the degree is that I never got to do my research. I was gonna research hospital libraries, how books are used in mental health hospital settings for patients, whether it's for information or for entertainment or for both. I was gonna look into that, and I dropped out before my research really got off the ground. I'm drinking a very cold glass of water, and it makes me happy. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire by J.K. Rowling. Yeah, this was the Harry Potter book that I had with me when I was 10, and my parents and my doctor decided I needed to do a day program at a psychiatric hospital. So I would go to the hospital in the morning and do the programming during the day, and then go home at night. And I hated it. It was the middle of summer. I wanted to be enjoying my summer. I was depressed, but I also hated this process because I didn't really believe it was going to help me, and I wanted to be at home. And I remember I had this Harry Potter book with me every day that I went to that program, and I talked to no one, and I would do the bare minimum needed for that program, and then would just sit in the corner and read this Harry Potter book. And for that reason, this book kind of feels like my friend. HTML, The Definitive Guide, 3rd edition, by Chuck Musciano and Bill Kennedy. 1001 Spells, The Complete Book of Spells for Every Purpose, by Cassandra Eason. Forest Management, 4th edition, by Lawrence S. Davis, K. Norman Johnson, Peter S. Bettinger, and Theodore E. Howard. I come from a family of foresters. That's why I own this book. The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness by Michelle Alexander, with a new foreword by Cornel West. Beginner Gardening Step by Step, a visual guide to yard and garden basics. Oh, there's no author on the front. Who wrote this? Well, there's no author name, but the editors were Emma Tennant and Jane Simmons. This is a beautifully designed book. You can tell just by the colors and the cute icons on this cover. Pokemon Crochet. Bring your favorite Pokemon to life with 20 cute crochet patterns by Sabrina Summers. Pokemon Crochet 2. Bring even more Pokemon to life with 20 cute crochet patterns by Lee Sartori. Library and Information Center Management, 8th edition, by Barbara B. Morin, Robert D. Stewart, and Claudia J. Warner. I'm willing to bet that to most people, these library school textbooks sound very uninteresting. I don't know what it is about me that I find this kind of stuff fascinating. I'm like, yes, tell me, how do people run libraries? I want to know about that. How is information organized? I want to learn about that. Yeah, too bad I didn't graduate. Basic Research Methods for Librarians, 5th edition, by Lynn Sillipigney Conaway and Ronald R. Powell. The County of Warren, North Carolina, 1586 through 1917, by Manly Wade Wellman. This person's name is Manly. Soul City, Race, Equality, and the Lost Dream of an American Utopia, by Thomas Healy. Foundations of Library and Information Science, 3rd edition, by Richard E. Rubin. Jazz, Essential Listening, by Scott DeVoe and Gary Giddens. This textbook is from when I was in a state of disability from depression and PTSD. This was about 2 years of my life where I really just could not keep up with a job, and I was living off savings and some money I inherited and help from my mom, with the fear that those resources were going to run out eventually, and I didn't know what I was going to do then. My application for disability benefits had been denied, and I learned that the university near where I lived, auditing was free. Some universities will charge you a hefty amount of money to audit classes and as someone who's not enrolled as a student. The university that I live near, there was no fee. You just had to go to the school and fill out some paperwork and they'll let you audit a class, and you needed the permission of the instructor. So I got permission to audit this jazz class, and there was a bus from my apartment right to the university. That was great. And it was great. I went and would take the bus in and go to class with these students, and I was going to do the work. I don't think he would, I can't remember if he would grade my assignments or not, but I had the option to do the work if I wanted to, but I mostly was just there to listen and learn. But then I got a job, my health improved, and I got an opportunity to take a job, and it conflicted with the schedule of the class, so I dropped out, which was a real bummer. The Lumbee Indians, An American Struggle, by Melinda Maynor Lowry. DBT Principles in Action, Acceptance, Change, and Dialectics, by Charles R. Swenson. Foreword by Marcia M. Linehan. Handbook for Boys, by the Boy Scouts of America, with a Norman Rockwell painting on the front, it seems. Flowers in the Dark, Reclaiming Your Power to Heal from Trauma with Mindfulness, by Sister Jiang Nim, MD. We're about to get into the Buddhist books of my collection. You ready? Awake at Work, 35 Practical Buddhist Principles for Discovering Clarity and Balance in the Midst of Work's Chaos, by Michael Carroll. No Death, No Fear, Comforting Wisdom for Life, by Thich Nhat Hanh. Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, Informal Talks on Zen Meditation and Practice, by Shunryu Suzuki. The 12-Step Buddhist, Enhance Recovery from Any Addiction, by Darren Littlejohn. Foreword by Robert Thurman. The 3 Pillars of Zen, Teaching, Practice, and Enlightenment, 35th Anniversary Edition, updated and revised with a new afterword, by Philip Kapleau. Everyday Zen, by Charlotte Joko Beck, edited by Steve Smith. Cutting Through Spiritual Materialism, by Chogyam Trungpa. Foreword by Sakyong Mipham. The Path of Emancipation, by Thich Nhat Hanh. Untrain Your Parrot, and Other No-Nonsense Instructions on the Path of Zen, by Elizabeth Hamilton. Saving Nature 1 Yard at a Time, How to Protect and Nurture Our Native Species, by David Deardorff and Catherine Wadsworth. Organizing Knowledge, An Introduction to Managing Access to Information, 4th edition, by Jennifer Rowley and Richard Hartley. The Queer Bible Commentary, edited by Darren Guest, Robert E. Goss, Mona West, and Thomas Bohachi. This was a textbook that I saw that my friend had from a class that she took in divinity school. And I keep telling myself I am going to read it, and I keep not doing it, so it's still on the list to read. Saving Species on Private Lands, Unlocking Incentives to Conserve Wildlife and Their Habitats by Lowell E. Baer with Christopher E. Siegel. Forward by Dirk Kempthorne, former Secretary of the Interior. Essentials of the Theory of Fiction, 3rd edition, by Michael J. Hoffman and Patricia D. Murphy, editors. Living Independently on the Autism Spectrum, by Lynn Soraya. This is the home stretch. We're almost to the end. My journal from when I lived at the Buddhist monastery. Tiny Beautiful Things, Advice on Love and Life from Dear Sugar, by Cheryl Strayed. Signed, Battle Royale, by Koshin Takami. The Original Hunger Games. The Notebooks of Malt Lord's Brig, by Rainer Maria Rilke. Translation by M.D. Herter Norton. This is the one and only Rilke novel, and I did read it once and I liked it, but it's been a while. The Heart is a Lonely Hunter, by Carson McCullers. Carson McCullers is kind of a fashion icon for me. I love her like casual, masculine like vibe, like especially in this photo on the front of this book. She's an icon for aesthetics and for Southern writing, American writing of the American South. Rick Steves Paris, I can't talk, I'm coughing. Rick Steves Paris, 2011. This was my big guidebook for my first trip abroad. You can see all the post-it notes. So I have many photographs from this trip, and some of them are here right now. Gödel Escher Bach, An Eternal Golden Braid, a metaphorical fugue on minds and machines in the spirit of Lewis Carroll, by Douglas R. Hofstadter. The fact that I have not actually finished this book once is a tragedy. Beyond Good and Evil, by Friedrich Nietzsche. The Adventure Time Encyclopedia, Inhabitants, Lore, Spells, and Ancient Crypt Warnings of the Land of U, circa 19.56 BGE to 501 AGE, compiled by His Lowness Hunson Aberdeer, Lord of Evil, translated from the Scrolls of U by Martin Olson. The Sun Also Rises, by Ernest Hemingway. Journal, by Julie Delporte, February 2011 through October 2012. I met this artist at a zine fest in Montreal in 2014. Walden and Civil Disobedience, by Henry David Thoreau, with a new introduction by W.S. Merwin. And So It Goes, Kurt Vonnegut, A Life, by Charles J. Shields. The Complete Idiot's Guide to Chess, 2nd edition, by Patrick Wolf. A healing workbook. This is a workbook about like safety and like health of interpersonal relationships, specifically romantic relationships, and also coping with those kinds of relationships when they've been abusive or harmful. Knitting with Balls, a hands-on guide to knitting for the modern man, by Michael Del Vecchio. Lettres et un jeune poète, traduction et présentation de Marc B. de Launay, édition bilingue, by Rainer Maria Rilke. This is Letters to a Young Poet, but translated into French. I do believe the original Letters to a Young Poet is in German. I think Rilke mostly wrote and spoke in German, but also maybe knew French and sometimes wrote in French. C# 7.0, in a nutshell, the definitive reference, 7th edition, covers .NET Standard 2, by Joseph Albahari and Ben Albahari. Mastering Bitcoin, Programming the Open Blockchain, 2nd edition, by Andreas M. Antonopoulos. How much do you want to bet that the cover animal for this book is an ant? Because this guy's last name is Antonopoulos. Python, Programming and Context, 2nd edition, by Bradley N. Miller and David L. Ranum. Java, How to Program, 8th edition, by Paul Datel and Harvey Datel. The Dinner, by Herman Koch. The Blue Star, by Tony Early. Signed. Teach Yourself, XML, by Sandra E. Eddy and John E. Schneider. Outsider in the White House, by Bernie Sanders with Huck Gutman, with an afterword by John Nichols. Cat's Eye, by Margaret Atwood. Magic Knight Rayearth, Volume 3, by Clamp. I love the anime adaptation of this manga. It's really good, and it's from the 90s, and I have a lot of nostalgia for 90s Japanese animation styles. It's good. I think you can watch it on Amazon Prime, last time I watched it. A Primer of Jungian Psychology, by Calvin S. Hall and Vernon J. Nordby. There's something written on the front of this book in pen that says, "Hello, little lady," and I have not a clue what that's about. A second copy of the Bhagavad Gita. The Horror in the Museum, by H.P. Lovecraft. Introduction by Stephen Jones. My Story, by Marilyn Monroe. What is Gestalt Therapy? Edited by Joan Fagan and Irma Lee Shepard. Walking on Cowrie Shells, by Nana Nkweti. This was a gift from Boyfriend's mom. The Penguin History of Canada, by Robert Bothwell. This was my attempt when I first moved to Montreal to learn about Canada. I bought this at a bookstore very soon after I got there. Because, I know some things, but, I wanted to know the history of Canada that, kids were taught in school growing up and in, undergrad level college classes. I think I read, 75% of this book, actually, and remember none of it. Except that English-speaking people and French-speaking people have a fraught history together. Shelter for the Spirit. How to Make Your Home a Haven in a Hectic World, by Victoria Morin. Forward by Thomas More. Looking at this now as I record this, I'm like, yeah, I want to read that book. I want to make my home a haven. I'm going to pull that off the shelf. Where is it? I see it. Okay, adding this to the to-read list. Transparent Things, by Vladimir Nabokov. This book belongs to a former coworker named John, and I never gave it back to him, and I should do that, but I haven't talked to him in a long time. How do I reach out? I don't want to chit-chat. I just want to give him his book. Socializing with people is very complicated. Networking for People Who Hate Networking. A Field Guide for Introverts, the Overwhelmed, and the Underconnected, by Dvorak. I should reread this. Fushigi Yugi, The Mysterious Play, Volume 2, Oracle, by Yu Watase. Magic Knight Rayearth, Volume 4, by Clamp. The Tibetan Book of the Dead, or The After-Death Experiences on the Bardo Plain, according to Lama Kazi Dawa Samdup's English rendering. Compiled and edited by W.Y. Evans Wentz. The Lump of Coal, by Lemony Snicket. Art by Brett Hellquist. Blog Inc. Blogging for Passion, Profit, and to Create Community, by Joy Dingdealert Cho. Edited by Meg Mateo Elasco. Forward by Grace Bonney. Pastel Spells, by Rose Auriculum. A Practical Wedding. Creative Ideas for Planning a Beautiful, Affordable, and Meaningful Celebration, by Meg Keane. So, I didn't even take the advice in this book. I ended up just buying a $400 dress and meeting my now ex-husband and my friend and his friend and my mom at the courthouse. And then we got married, and then we walked down the street to a bar, and a bunch of our friends joined us there, and I walked in, and me in my wedding dress, everyone in the bar started clapping and celebrating for us, and we were there for a few hours, and we had a blast, and then we went back to our place, and more friends showed up, and they had gifts, and we had a blast, and then everyone left, but I stayed up with my mom and my now ex-husband till like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, which is not something my mom does very often. And it was fun. I do not regret getting married, even though I shouldn't have done it, because having a wedding was so much fun and was one of the best days of my life, even though that person was not who I was supposed to be with because there were issues. And a stable, happy relationship was just not possible between the two of us. But dang, being in a dress at a bar, having a fun time with lots of people that loved us, that was just so grand. The Stranger by Albert Camus, The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, with an introduction by Brian Aldiss. A Confession by Leo Tolstoy. Night by Elie Wiesel, with a new preface by the author, a new translation by Marion Wiesel. Confessions of a Sociopath, A Life Spent Hiding in Plain Sight by M.E. Thomas. Uncorrected proof, not for sale. Dansu 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 by Murakami Haruki. I think this is like a second part of this book, because another part of this, of Dance 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 in Japanese, was elsewhere in the video. And I think this is either the first or the second part, and the other one was the corresponding part. Survival Japanese, How to Communicate Without Fuss or Fear Instantly, a Japanese language phrasebook with manga illustrations by Boyer Lafayette Dement. Telegram, a collection of 27 issues by Miranda Elizabeth. I think this is a zine collection. Icelandic Folk Legends, Tales of Apparitions, Outlaws, and Things Unseen by Alda Sigmundsdóttir. A Treasury of Funny Stories, chosen by Andrew Matthews. Saint Tale by Megumi Tachikawa. The Seventh Tower, The Fall by Garth Nix. Oh, does that say Lucas Books? Like George Lucas? Okay, interesting. The Morning Star, in which the extraordinary correspondence of Griffin and Sabine is illuminated. Written and illustrated by Nick Bantock. Griffin and Sabine, an extraordinary correspondence by Nick Bantock. Alexandria, in which the extraordinary correspondence of Griffin and Sabine unfolds by Nick Bantock. Girl in Need of a Tourniquet, Memoir of a Borderline Personality by Mary Lisa Johnson. The Golden Mean, in which the extraordinary correspondence of Griffin and Sabine concludes by Nick Bantock. Sabine's Notebook, in which the extraordinary correspondence of Griffin and Sabine continues by Nick Bantock. Data Feminism by Catherine D'Ignazio and Lauren F. Klein. Feeling Good, the New Mood Therapy, the clinically proven drug-free treatment for depression, revised and updated by David D. Burns, M.D. I was very depressed in high school, and I read this book, and it did not cure my depression, and that's all I have to say. Sailor Moon, Volume 4, by Naoko Takeuchi. A Seth Reader, the essence of the wisdom of Seth, selected in chronological order from the Seth works of Jane Roberts, including The Seth Material, Seth Speaks, The Unknown Reality, 2 volumes, The Nature of the Psyche, The Individual and the Nature of Mass Events, Dreams, Evolution, and Value Fulfillment, 2 volumes. This is, edited by Richard Roberts. Seth, this is some kind of like a lady channeled a being named Seth, and he has wisdom to impart. I'm not making a judgment about whether she actually channeled a being, but I also haven't read this. Maybe he's got some wise things to say. We will find out if I ever get around to reading this book. Dreams from My Father, A Story of Race and Inheritance by Barack Obama. The Best of H.P. Lovecraft, Blood-Curdling Tales of Horror and the Macabre. Introduction by Robert Bloch. This book contains my favorite Lovecraft story, which is Pickman's Model. And look, when I read this story 16 years ago, I even wrote in this book, holy crap, I love this story. It's good. Read Pickman's Model. I'm kind of ambivalent about most other Lovecraft things, but Pickman's Model is a good story. Dot Hack, Legend of the Twilight, Volume 3, Art by Rei Izumi, story by Tetsuya Hamazaki. Dot Hack, Legend of the Twilight, Volume 2, Art by Rei Izumi, story by Tetsuya Hamazaki. On this shelf of books, we have a lot of orphan manga volumes, so manga that I might have Volume 2 of and nothing else. And manga I might not even remember. These are just remnants from being 12 and picking up random manga at the bookstore. Miracle Girls, Volume 2 by Nami Akimoto. What even is this? What is the plot here? I don't remember this one. Identical twins, Tony and Mika, have a secret. They have psychic powers. They can communicate with each other telepathically, and then when they're together, they can teleport. Ooh. When Tony and Mika are cornered by Mr. Kageura, they realize that they'll need more than their prayers to save them. They'll need Jackson and Chris. Find out what happens in this new and exciting graphic novel. Well, that looks cute. Sailor Moon Scout Guide, Meet Sailor Moon, Crystal. A Room of One's Own by Virginia Woolf. The Magic Finger by Roald Dahl, illustrated by Quentin Blake. The Ring, Volume 1. This is The Ring manga. Art by Misao Inagaki. Original novel by Koji Suzuki. Script by Hiroshi Takahashi. Cardcaptor Sakura, Master of the Clow, Volume 2 by Clamp. From Frege to Gödel, a source book in mathematical logic, 1879 through 1931, edited by Jean van Heijenoort. Sounds Dutch. Yeah, this is just a big collection of logic papers that I read some of for my undergrad thesis. The proof of Gödel's incompleteness theorems is actually truly brilliant and beautiful. It is hefty to understand. You definitely need some amount of mathematical background to get it. I mean, if it's a math proof, it makes sense. But I had to really dig into it to really understand what's happening. And then once you understand what he's doing, it's like, oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Men Without Women, Stories by Haruki Murakami. All I remember about this particular book of stories, Murakami has good short stories, generally. His short story collections, I sometimes feel like I even like them more than his novels, like all of his novels put together. The first story in this book, Drive My Car, I loved it so much that when I finished reading it, I put some sandals on and walked down to the apartment pool where my now ex-husband was sunbathing. And I sat down on a chair next to him and I said, I need to read you this story. And he goes, okay, do it. And I sat at the apartment pool and read him this entire story out loud. I should reread it because the details of what I loved about it have gotten hazy to me over time. But you know, it's very rare that you encounter a story that you read and then go, yeah, let's do this again and out loud now. Murakami is at his best when he's writing about, you know, the difficulties of connecting with other people and how hard it is to understand other people, and, you know, characters who are kind of isolated and don't have good connections to other people. He usually writes that from the perspective of men because he's a guy. It makes sense. And it can come across like, oh, all these women have no depth. But I think the point is that these men that he's writing about don't know how to see or connect with the depth of the women in their lives, or other people generally, to be honest. I'm also not saying that Haruki Murakami deserves no criticism whatsoever. I'm a huge fan of his. I'm very aware of some of the flaws in his storytelling, and I think it's great that people are like being open and talking about those things as we move on from the era of the Murakami craze and move on to other writers, especially other Japanese writers. But I'm with Murakami for life. I think he's brilliant. He's got a couple good like women stories focused on women. A couple of them short stories. Two of his best short stories of all of them are Sleep, which is in The Elephant Vanishes, and Birthday Girl, which is in hang on, I gotta find the name of the book. Blind Willow Sleeping Woman. And those are both short stories about women, and they're two of my favorite short stories of his ever. Logicomics, An Epic Search for Truth by Apostolos Doxiadis and Christos H. Papadimitriou. Art by Alekos Papadatos and Annie Didana. I love this book. It's a graphic novel about, it starts with what's the guy's name? Bertrand Russell. It starts with Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead on the quest to put together the book of all mathematics, and takes this journey through all of these influential mathematical, philosophical thinkers of that era of the early 20th century who came in contact with Russell and Whitehead, including our friend Ludwig Wittgenstein, and including our friend Gödel, who we've talked about before. This is such a great book, and I read it during the time when I was writing my thesis on Gödel's incompleteness theorems, and it wasn't research, it was just a fun backdrop for what I was working on. Terrific story here. Abstract Algebra, 3rd edition, by I.N. Herstein. Everyone knows the best math has no numbers. Ghost World by Daniel Clowes. Donkey Kong Country, Rumble in the Jungle by Michael Teitelbaum. Yes, this is a novelization of Donkey Kong Country, and I refuse to get rid of it because I find it so hilarious, and there may come a day where I'm a little drunk and decide to read it. I Spy Spooky Night, a book of picture riddles. Photographs by Walter Wick. Riddles by Jean Marzollo. I Spy Super Challenger, a book of picture riddles. Photographs by Walter Wick. Riddles by Jean Marzollo. I Spy Year-Round Challenger. Photographs by Walter Wick. Riddles by Jean Marzollo. Angel Cat by me. This is my manga that I drew when I was in Catholic school. And it was about a cat that turns into a hero called Angel Cat. And here's some of the art. And, to be honest, I really don't think it's that bad for me to have been, being 11, 12 when I did this. It's not that bad. Lady Gaga, Critical Mass Fashion by Lizzie Goodman. Gaga by Terry Richardson. The Principles of Deep Learning Theory, an Effective Theory Approach to Understanding Neural Networks by Daniel A. Roberts and Sho Yaida, based on research and collaboration with Boris Hanin. The Sun, June 2020, issue 534. Boost Your Interview IQ, revised and expanded 2nd edition by Carol Martin, featuring a holographic Smeargle bookmark. Boston Review, Is Equal Opportunity Enough? Generative Deep Learning, Teaching Machines to Paint, Write, Compose, and Play, 2nd edition by David Foster, forward by Carl Friston. For what it's worth, I'm interested in this stuff for the computer science behind it. I'm very pro human artists making art, for the record. The Sun, December 2019, issue 528. The Sun, November 2019, issue 527. The Sun, March 2020, issue 531. The Sun, July 2020, issue 535. Cosmopolitan, June 2020, featuring Issa Rae. Her show Insecure is very good. The Sun, February 2020, issue 530. The Sun, January 2020, issue 529. The Sun, April 2020, issue 532. The Sun, May 2020, issue 533. Let's Find Pokemon. This is like Where's Waldo Pokemon edition. I Spy Extreme Challenger. Photographs by Walter Wick. Riddles by Jean Marzolo. I Spy, a book of picture riddles. Photographs by Walter Wick. Riddles by Jean Marzolo. Design by Carol Devine Carson. Coloring for Grown-Ups, the adult activity book by Ryan Hunter and Tage Jensen. Elle, July 2019, featuring Anya Rubik, who I have no idea who that is. The Beatles, Numéro Spécial, Numéro Collection, Les Secrets d'un Groupe Mythique. This is a French magazine about the Beatles that I bought in Paris. Interview, it says September but no year, so we're just going to go with the months here. This is Andy Warhol's magazine that he founded. Though I don't know if he worked on it until the end of his life or not. It's a good magazine. It's very big and has really beautiful big photographs in it, and a lot of interviews, as you might guess. So this is Interview September, featuring Blake Lively. Interview November, featuring Ryan Gosling. Interview April, featuring Lil Wayne. Interview October, featuring Naomi. I think this is Naomi Campbell, but it doesn't have Campbell, it just has her first name on here. I'm not the most well-versed in models. Interview, I don't even see the month on here. I think the sticker's covering it. This is the men's issue. Ooh. Featuring Tom Ford. Interview, May, featuring Madonna. Love Madonna, by the way. I was practically raised on her hits album, The Immaculate Collection. Interview, April, featuring Carey Mulligan. Interview, December/January, featuring Rihanna. Interview, August, featuring Marion Cotillard. Love her. Interview, June/July, featuring Megan Fox. Interview, March, featuring Amanda Seyfried. And that's it, my friends. That's all the books. That's every book in my home that is mine, as opposed to the ones that are rightfully boyfriends. And minus like 6 books that were on topics that seemed kind of intense for what is really a lighthearted video about literature. But really, it was 6 books. There weren't a lot that I omitted. Wow, I did it! I started this like 2 weeks ago. And I just decided to power through it while I'm waiting for school to start and while I'm unemployed. And I did it. And now you have maybe watched it and maybe skipped to the end, didn't you? For anyone who joined me through this whole thing, and for anyone who skipped around and is just here at the end to see what's here, my sincerest thank yous. This collection of books is the product of my entire life being a person who enjoys books and writing and stories and art. And it's, I try not to be too focused on possessions overall, but my library is my dearest possession. Really and truly. It feels like kind of a diary in a way of my life, because it marks and charts all these places and things that I've been through. So thank you again. I hope you have a lovely week and a lovely year and a lovely life. And to end, here is a video of some beautiful trees to soothe you as we say goodbye to Cantor's Library. Oh, dang it. I forgot the cookbooks in the kitchen.